Good morning and welcome back to the 4th Sustainability Summit for Southeast Europe and the Mediterranean, organised by The Economist and under the auspices of Her Excellency the President of the Hellenic Republic, Katerina Sakelaropoulou. We had a fantastic day yesterday. We started out with an activist from Extinction Rebellion and we finished with a former Prime Minister of Greece. So we ran the full range of personality and expertise and subject matter. And today promises to be equally diverse and equally stimulating. I'm really happy to introduce, to moderate our first session this morning, Cristina Deligiani, who's the Public Policy Officer at the European Public Law Organization for Sustainable Development. Cristina, please come up to the stage. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to this session in a conversation about gender and the information and communication technologies under the perspective of sustainability, especially in the COVID era. It's the very first one on women in the 4 years that this Sustainability Summit for Southeast Europe and the Mediterranean has been running. We will be discussing what the challenges are for women and ICT, what can be done to reverse any negative impact, and what is the way forward, especially in the post-COVID era. We're very lucky to have with us esteemed speakers from the industry in the panel. I will introduce them in turn as we talk, but before we proceed, let me frame the issues as I see them. Technology in its various forms, including ICTs, continues to redefine and reshape the way we all live and work. Harnessing this technology to advance gender equality and women's empowerment is not only vital for women and girls, but critical throughout the UN agenda for sustainable development. The link between technology and women's rights is clearly defined in SDG 5 on gender equality and the empowerment of women, which includes a very specific target on utilizing technology and ICTs to realize women's and girls' empowerment. However, realizing gender equality reaches far beyond any single individual goal. Gender equality is key to ensuring that no one is left behind, and it's vital to the success of each and every SDG goal. In the cases where women and girls are able to change their circumstances and perspectives through the ICTs, their empowerment affects a wide range of outcomes, even in very informal work settings. ICTs offer vast potential for women and girls, from ending poverty, that's SDG 1, to improving education, SDG 4, and health, to agricultural productivity, and to creating decent jobs. ICTs are especially relevant today as we face a rapidly changing world of work during the COVID era, and they're very much connected to sustainable development and sustainability, with the 4th industrial revolution also having brought about advanced robotics, machine learning, AI, autonomous transport, with a major impact on the labor market. Our very first speaker is Yolanda Martin. She's the Platform Ecosystem Design Director at Kaluza. She's based in London, in the UK, and has previously held many top positions in ICT companies, both in Greece and in the UK. She's currently part of the Kaluza leadership team, Kaluza being a smart energy platform. So, Yolanda, good morning. Can we hear Yolanda?
Good morning.
Great, great. We're so lucky to have you with us. So, what is Kaluza doing to empower women within the organization and to further SDGs and sustainability?
Well, we are a company very much with technology at its core. We are a company providing all the technology that is going to make Plan Zero and sustainability possible. So we have technology at its core, sustainability at the heart, and definitely women at the head. Most of our leadership is women. It's a company that is quite new. It started about a year ago, and the CEO, the direct finance director of ecosystem, like I am, the CTO, they are all women. So it's quite rare for an energy company, as it is mostly dominated by men, as you well know. But it's very refreshing, and it's a fantastic opportunity to prove that there is change in the world happening.
Any specific best practices on sustainability that Kaluza has in place?
We are part of the OVO group, and the OVO group has totally at its heart Plan Zero. And actually, this week we are celebrating Plan Zero Week. Everything we do, all the values of the OVO group, all the companies that are part of the OVO energy area, we have this mandate that everything we do needs to contribute to arriving to that goal of sustainability. So now this week we are asking everyone in the company to think, what can they do, how can they contribute? Every team, from the product teams, the technology teams, the machine learning teams, the commercial teams that deal with the insurance, installations of heaters, how they can contribute to this plan. And the effort is enormous. I mean, I have never seen a company, and I've been in this industry for a very long time, take their goals so seriously. It's amazing, but I only joined about 6 months ago. And sometimes you feel like these things, might be something that is put on the goals of the company, but maybe not practiced. Here is practice 1,000%. And I'm super, super happy and super proud to belong to this group.
You've held many positions in ICT companies in the last years, including Farfetch, for instance. What is your personal experience being a woman in mostly men-dominated industries? How has this shaped the way you work? How has this shaped the way you lead your teams? I get asked this question constantly because I live in a world of engineering. I never felt left out or threatened in any way. I did notice that I was usually the only woman in the room, or one of few women in the room. However, I didn't actually actively notice or do anything about it until just maybe 10 years ago, when I started to become a senior leader and be more part of higher positions within companies, where I realized that maybe it had been easier for me, thanks to mentorships and programs, that maybe it was for other women. So I made it a purpose to make sure that I mentor and I support incredible young women, especially, but also men, in their pursuit of leadership. I am part of a volunteer group in the UK for STEM, and I particularly go to girls' schools to try to promote more women in science, mathematics, and technology fields. So that also has given me this amazing view of our young generation and our young women and girls. And I'm incredibly proud and incredibly hopeful of the new generations coming. I think they're going to fight harder, but also have more opportunities than we ever had before. So it's great to do this work and to mentor and empower young girls and young women, because it also gives you that visibility into their lives and into their hopes. I understand that you're a mother of 3 daughters. So how do you try and balance your work and your personal family life? And what are the teachings that the guidance that you want to give to your daughters?
Well, like when I work, I try to lead by example. I very much a type of servant leader in a way. I just try to show them that you can do a lot of things, and you can work and have a family. It's definitely not easy. definitely need help. I'm not any type of hero. Sometimes people is like, oh my God, you have children and you have full-time job. Yes, I mean, I'm exhausted. I woke up this morning. Here is really early. My girls actually banged the door because they just left for school. So I woke up early this morning, made their lunches, made sure that they were getting dressed and organized, and they had the homeworks in their bags. Run around, having a cup of coffee, jump in the shower. As you can see, my hair is still wet. So,
motherhood.
I try to juggle all of these things at the same time, not losing a skip or trying not to. I mean, you always kind of lose a ball here and there, but it's possible. And what is interesting about this time of COVID is to have that window into everybody's daily life and see their struggles. When you are in the office, you just see people put together and nice and kind of concentrated at work. But now you have this little peephole into people's lives, and you see their children and what they are doing at the same time that they are trying to work. And I think it has been a fantastic eye opener. And this morning the girls were running around saying to each other, "Shh, mommy's in a conference, don't talk." And I just find that fantastic. I think they have a much more visibility into what I do every day, and I have the opportunity to be close to them every day too. So,
That's great. That's great. Thank you very much, Yolanda. And now I will be introducing our second speaker. Mobile broadband, using tablets, mobile phones, other portable devices to access the internet, represents the fastest technological uptake in human history. With us, we have Maria Sotiriou. She's the EU Affairs and Policy Engagement at GSMA. Normally, she's based in Brussels, and we're very, very happy that she was able to be here with us today. Thank you very much, Maria. The GSMA represents the interests of mobile operators globally. It unites more than 700 operators, more than 400 companies. So, Maria, what is GSMA doing within the company to empower women and further the SDGs, sustainability, and gender equality?
Thank you very much, Christina. So, good morning, everybody. It is my pleasure to be here with you today to speak at the Fourth Sustainability Summit and to offer a special word of thanks to the Economist team, to you, Christina, personally, and the European Public Law Organization for Sustainable Development for this invite. So, as you said, I represent the GSMA. We are the global trade body for the mobile industry, and our purpose is to intelligently connect everyone and everything to a better future. And 5G is the next major step in delivering on this goal. This pandemic has highlighted to everyone what we've all known for decades, the true relevance of robust and resilient networks. And we should recognize that mobile technology remains at the very center of how we address our most significant global challenges. And at the GSMA, we are truly committed to doing all this sustainably. Take our flagship, the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. We are the world's largest carbon-neutral trade show since 2014, and we count on biggest again next year. The role that the mobile industry can play in the sustainability discussion is crucial, and one that the GSMA has recognized early on by leading the industry in becoming the very first to commit to the UN SDGs. So I will talk a little about digital and gender, as well as about women and the planet. 2020 is an important milestone for gender equality. It's been 25 years since the Beijing Declaration on Women and Platform for Action, and still the GSMA SDG Progress Report needs to remind everyone that gender equality matters. And digital inclusion matters for women because it's a key enabler of women and girls' empowerment, and thus of achieving SDG 5 on gender equality. Mobile has the power to transform lives because it can help empower women, making them more connected and safer, and providing access to information, services, and life-enhancing opportunities such as health information, financial services, education, and employment opportunities, often for the very first time. So what we need to understand is that while mobile connectivity is spreading quickly, it's not spreading equally, and women in low and middle income countries are missing out. GSMA members care about this, so we assess and report on the mobile gender gap every year, and we are also co-founders of the Equals Global Partnership on Bridging the Digital Gender Divide, along with the ITU, UN Women, the UN University, and the International Trade Center. Our GSMA report found that women in low and middle income countries are 8% less likely than men to own a mobile and over 20% less likely to use mobile internet. And in some parts of the world, like South Asia, the figures are more than twice as bad. At the same time, the Equals Network reports women lag in digital skills, in STEM qualifications, and in ICT leadership. And as we're currently facing a pandemic, let's not forget that the impacts of crisis are never gender neutral, and COVID-19 is no exception. At GSMA, we drive for female inclusion through our Connected Women program, through the Women for Tech and Tech for Girls initiatives, which have become a leading source of data and best practice in addressing the barriers to women's full participation and inclusion in the digital economy. The global digital gender gap will close only when we have all governments taking a holistic approach, addressing barriers at all levels, access, skills, and leadership alike. And this is becoming an increasingly urgent challenge in an era of rapid technological transformation, because changing times can both promote but also stifle women's human basic rights as well as their growth potential. My key message is not look at us, but everybody needs to help. And my appeal today would be that empowered women and men too, why not, join in tackling this problem, because it's our problem, even if we do not see it sometimes among our immediate friends. And a couple of words around sustainability, and I will start with a story of hope and gender equality. 2.5 hours northwest of my hometown lies the region in which a famous recent film called Honeyland was made. Watch this film and you will see a real-life heroine of biodiversity struggling to save her wild bee population in face of frankly greedy male wannabe beekeepers. She wins, and she wins only because she stays true to her values, always leaving enough honey in nature for nature to live well and give you more honey next time. So this is a story to illustrate why we need more women on the driving seat. And it's also a good introduction for the biodiversity fight, because overexploitation is one of the top 3 drivers of species loss, along with pollution, climate change, and destruction of natural habitat. And at GSMA, we have developed an industry-wide climate action roadmap to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, in line with the Paris Agreement. And at the same time, the mobile industry enables all other sectors in the economy to become smarter, so to reduce their own emissions. And this is what we call the enablement effect, and we see that in agriculture, buildings, energy, transport, and cities, and so on. So to conclude, half of the world's population is still not connected to the internet. So our challenge at GSMA is to bring these people with us and to ensure digital inclusion for everybody, with some special attention to the most vulnerable. And we are making progress, from increasing mobile phone ownership among women to bringing support to more than 30 million people caught up in epidemics and natural disasters. As a young woman, I'm impatient to see the whole world thinking in a joined-up way. There are no parts of the sustainable recovery which are monopoly domains for men, and the planet needs both male and female instincts in every board, in every government. As a woman and a young professional, I take this personally. Youth and women can add the missing push to save the planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, for talking about digital inclusion and what the GSMA is doing on that front. Of course, to achieve gender equality, SDG 5, we need both men and women to further sustainability and close the gender gap. With us, we have Konstantinos Liolios, the software development engineer. He's based in California, in Los Angeles. Thank you very much, Konstantine, for being with us, for staying up really late to connect. Konstantinos works at a company that is the second largest employer behind Walmart in the US and Amazon. And Amazon is shaping the labor market perhaps like no other company globally. It's the company that has effectively set the minimum wage benchmark for logistical workers when it raised its starting hourly rate to $15 US, thus putting pressure to other companies to do the same. It has also heavily invested in retraining workers as new technologies emerge and transform the workplace. So, Konstantina, what is Amazon doing to promote women in the protect women in the workplace within the organization, and at the same time promote the SDGs and sustainability?
Thanks, Christina, for having me. I want to copy and paste the introduction, Maria. It was very well articulated. And I want to thank you for inviting me to this panel, not only because I learned a lot about the issues that I should be perhaps more informed, but I also like to be in a position of weakness. Thank you for outnumbering me 3-1. And I think if we want to promote SDGs, we have to do it, we have to implement them individually. So policymakers are definitely setting the frameworks, companies are promoting and making things happen, but ultimately it is up to us to implement them. So I really like to be in a panel where I think I should listen more and talk less. Having said that, I'm fortunate to work in a company like Amazon. Small disclaimer, I am not here representing all my opinions that I'm going to be expressing are my own, and in no way are they reflecting the policies and the positions of Amazon itself. But I'm very lucky to work in the IT industry in California, and especially in Amazon, which is one of the top 4 technology companies. Specifically, Amazon is a leader when it comes to SDGs. There's a lot of transparency, and there's a lot of websites that give a lot of information with the alignment of Amazon with the UN's SDGs, specifically when it comes to energy, climate change, etc. Of course, all the SDGs are very tightly coupled, and Amazon, if we go to the jobs website, the web portal of Amazon, they're making it very clear that diversity is one of our values, key values. And especially we want to attract ideas, great ideas, right? No matter where they come from. And this can be gender diversity, it could be race diversity, but ultimately it's not about creating the diversity environment, but also including them, right? So we want to attract ideas, but we also want to make them heard and implemented. So inclusion is a huge part when it comes to the talent pipeline. Ultimately, I think we are facing new challenges during this endemic era. And I think the key sort of strategy of facing those challenges in the IT world is flexibility. So we know that a lot of the major companies are allowing people to work from home. And I think that's instrumental for dealing with the stress that a lot of women are facing right now in the IT industry, especially in management positions, because we're definitely always more harsh to judge them and blame them when something goes wrong. And that I think the extra pressure is not coming not only from the workplace, but the home as well. So it's very important for women to be able to balance home and work. And flexibility is, I think, a key way of dealing with this. Ultimately, I don't think it's been as effective. We're seeing a lot of women being affected by COVID and deciding to leave the workforce or to leave IT. And that's something that's very concerning.
So, Konstantina, you mentioned that Amazon is a leader promoting the SDGs, especially in the US, and it has been promoting teleworking. Of course, with COVID, things are very much difficult for women because homeschooling is homeschooling, house care, everything falls into the shoulders of women, and there have been studies to show that. Do you have any best practices to share with us from Amazon?
Yeah, as I said, I'm not at liberty to discuss or disclose Amazon policies. Having said that, you're absolutely right, Christina. As you mentioned, this is not a time burden only, but also a financial burden. So since a lot of kids now are attending school remotely, you must maybe get a babysitter or spend the time yourself to help out when the kids are at home. So I think this is the main reason that a lot of women are deciding to leave the workforce. But then I think they're more naturally inclined to be entrepreneurs. So I think they're discovering ways to generate income from home. And this is where companies like Amazon can be instrumental in making that happen. As Maria said, half of the world has access to internet. And in the endemic, that has been perhaps the only way to generate income. And especially in a financial crisis, if one of the people at home loses their job, if the person that holds the job is the wife, and there is a huge gap in pay, then that's a problem not only for the wife, but for the entire family. So having internet connectivity, we know that there are a lot of initiatives like Project Kuiper, gives internet access to a lot of women population that is in desperate need for it, because that will give them access to information, access to education, and that will open the doors to be able to not only follow their dream, from a simple dream to discovering a recipe, all the way to creating a company.
Great, thank you so much, Kostadine.
My pleasure.
There has been a polemic on quotas when they were first introduced in politics and in the representation of women in the board of directors. However, overall quotas have supported women entering both politics and the hierarchies of businesses. Now there is much talk about positive discrimination at the workplace. Kostadine, your personal thoughts on positive discrimination for women? It also applies to race, of course. I don't think we can hear you.
Yes, you're absolutely right, and it definitely affects Black women in particular. I don't think it is an issue anymore. I think in the last 25 years, there's been a tremendous progress when it comes to I'm a fervent believer that the younger generation is a lot more mature than we were. And I think they're concerned that they are diversity hires, or we're giving them a handout, especially in academic environments and the companies that I've been fortunate to be part of. The bar is very high, so there's not really space for positive discrimination. And as I said, I think that's something that always concerns our interns. They want to make sure that when we give them an offer or when we give them a project, they're actually worth of it. Of course, there's always exceptions. Large companies are really conglomerates of subsidiaries and different organizations, and all of them have a different culture, but I have never encountered it.
Great, thank you. Yolanda, are you with us? Your thoughts? Positive discrimination? Quotas?
With the quotas, it's always that debate, right? I mean, it's always a difficult to. I personally think that it has helped us, especially to create that example. I always think that we must and we shall put humanity first, and we need to always lead by example. And the only way that we can show our girls and our young women that there is a possibility is by seeing seeing that happening, right? By seeing women at the top, by seeing women in leadership position, by having more women in the workspace, but not having to experience that feeling of being the only woman in the room. So if positive discrimination it helps not only women but BMEs as well, then so be it. I think that we have tried the natural way, and it was just not affecting change as fast. And this is working. It's working in the film industry, in the tech industry, in leadership positions. Is working. We see more representation, and that we see the benefits of that representation, and then it pushes more representation. It just it's just a way of starting the snowball. And we needed that push. I think as the time passes, obviously, it will be less and less necessary to have to do positive discrimination. However, I'm a big believer of other actions that we are taking, like making sure that our job descriptions are not gender biased, and that we use a language that describe positions equally for men and women. We're doing quite a lot of work like this at Kaluza. We disclose salaries and salary bands early to make sure that there is no gender pay gap. You come to the role, and the role is this is what you get in this role. It doesn't matter if you're a good negotiator or not. So I think there are many ways of handling this, and we are trying every kind that we can.
Well, thank you very much, Yolanda. Maria, do you think that we women needed that push through quotas, positive discrimination policies within companies?
Well, I think that what Yolanda actually said at GSMA, we also report every year on the gender pay gap, and this is an affirmative action policy. We have last year created an employee-led forum of diversity and inclusion and equality within GSMA, which is called One GSMA, so that employees, everybody who works at the GSMA, feels free to go to this forum and explain their issues. It's not just about gender equality, it's about race and religion, other issues as well. Personally, I'm in favor of quotas to force faster shifts in status quo imbalances, but ideally I think that they should have an effect and then be set aside so that we don't block also real diversity. So it's a bit of a tricky question and difficult just to give a straightforward answer. I think that we needed this push for sure, and I think that particularly in organizations where we do not see many women on senior positions, it's something that as a good practice, best practice, is to have some formal measures in place in order to plan talent management and promotion of women, have more women in senior positions, because I think this is also a big issue.
Maria, do you have any personal experience to share with us, being in an industry which is normally male dominated?
Well, I think that since I joined the EU bubble in Brussels and started working at the European Commission at the DG Connect, actually doing digital policy, it's true that I had a lot of male colleagues, but I was lucky in a way because in my commission days at my office, we were working for innovation to be understood in a more sustainable way. We were doing open innovation, and open innovation wants citizens to be included in the process, so men and women alike. And at GSMA, I have been quite lucky because even though I'm dealing with technical topics like electromagnetic fields and the impact on health, still a lot of women from the mobile operators have been women. So we had some experts that are women, and I think that this is a good sign. And perhaps a final positive note on this, because we know that women are lacking in STEM qualifications, and we talk a lot about this. Perhaps a positive thing around that is that these days the career structures are quite more flexible and are going to be more flexible in the future than the word career might apply. So I hope that one way or another we'll find a way to have more women in tech, even though still we see that they don't follow this path from high school or university.
Great. So as we're trying to wrap up this session, I invite each one of you to make a final closing statement for 1 minute. Yolanda, the floor is yours.
I truly believe that we need to reach that kind of sweet spot where diversity is and we have balance the playing field. I think we are getting there, and we will get there faster than probably we predicted. I also think that we need to reach the goals of sustainability faster than we thought initially we should, and everybody needs to contribute to them, and everybody needs to work really hard for them. You know, the climate change situation and the problem that we are having with biodiversity because of it and because the human effect is a really, really serious problem. And every company needs to take the responsibility to work for it and work hard. We are trying to build the technology from Kalusa's side to actually power that change as much as possible, because ITC and taking ITC to developing countries and helping women, which I absolutely believe that this is a great calling, and is really radically changing a lot of the lives of women in developing countries. But the internet needs electricity. So we need to do that too. We need to make sure that everybody has clean power. So all of the technological revolution that is going to give us that balanced playing field can be possible. So that's what is. It made me move from maybe the fashion industry, which also has their own ecological battle to fight, and actually Farfetch is doing a very good job with it. But it moved me towards energy, because that's one of the things that both at the moment is create one of the biggest problems, but also can be one of the biggest solutions. So I think if we crack that problem, it will make a huge difference. So I really encourage every woman that is hearing us out there to work hard in the technology that will help everyone to crack this problem.
Thank you very much. Kostadine?
I am very optimistic. I think there's been tremendous exponential progress in the last 25 years. I can see my nieces in elementary school doing math problems that I could only dream of in high school. I can see my mother buying an iPad 10 years ago and becoming an expert in IT. So having said that, we have to protect that progress. There's a lot of verticals that have changed the landscape this past few years. Technology invading our home is one of them. A lot of natural phenomena, the endemic, have jeopardized this progress. So we have to make sure that we keep pressing on as we have.
Thank you very much, Kostadine. Maria, any closing remarks?
So I would say that SDGs are the first ever global consensus on truly integrated common goals, and that's a very positive step. But it's also sure that we need to accelerate our efforts, because we have a decade of action ahead of us until 2030. And our GSMA report has also shown that there is no way that we can achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals if we don't achieve SDG 5 on gender equality. It's true that it's gonna be a quite hard task, and it's gonna be like 10 difficult years ahead of us. But what we need to keep in mind is that we have to succeed, because when women thrive, then societies thrive, and businesses and economy thrive. So that will be my final point.
Great. Thank you very much for those who have stayed up really late in California to be with us today, those who have flown from Brussels to be with us in Athens, and of course Yolanda, who's juggling work and motherhood in London. They're being very early in the morning. So thank you for your insights. Thank you for being part of the first panel on women and ICT in this sustainability Sustainability Summit. Of course, we're planning to move ahead this discussion on women, on inclusion, on gender and race, in the work we do at the European Public Law Organization, at the Institute for Sustainable Development, that is part of EPLO. Thank you very much again for participating, and hopefully we'll see you next year in Athens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, for that fantastic session, a great way to start the day. A super panel, and I think you'll agree, extraordinary powers of logistical control to bring everybody together that smoothly and to deliver such a great session. We're going to move straight on to the next session, which is about shifting to renewable energy and addressing the biodiversity risks that brings. We discussed yesterday where Greece stands on the shift in its energy mix, and I think it's fair to establish, we had the minister here, and we established that Greece is a little behind in Europe on the adoption of renewable energy into its energy mix. And I think it's probably the more striking because Greece is so well endowed with natural advantages that favour renewable energy. It's worth saying, though, that oil and hydrocarbons are the bad boys of the sustainability debate because they both damage the environment from which they're extracted, but of course they also generate a lot of carbon and greenhouse gases and contribute directly to climate change. So the shift to renewable energy seems like a no-brainer because it avoids most of those carbon emissions. But of course it doesn't avoid the depredation of the environment from which it's extracted. It's inevitable that when you put in place infrastructure to extract energy, you compete with other potential users of the resources to produce that energy. One of the potential users, of course, is the biological world, the animal world, and the plant world around us. So renewable energy has to confront this issue, and we're here today to have a look at the questions around this. We have a great speaker who's going to help us tease apart some of the issues, some of the complicated issues in terms of policy, and some of the potential that Greece perhaps has to make a start on this. I'm really happy to be joined by Jonathan Hughes, who's the Chief Executive Officer at the UN Environment Programme World Conservation Monitoring Centre. Now, the organisation says on its own website, if I can find it, describes itself as working with scientists and policymakers worldwide to place biodiversity at the heart of environment and development decision-making to enable enlightened choices for people and the planet. So I'm really happy that we have Jonathan here by video link. Jonathan, would you like to open up with some introductory words for us? You're muted at the moment, Jonathan.
Good morning, everybody. Really pleased to be joining you. I'm just sad that I'm not joining you in person in Athens, a wonderful city. And maybe sometime in the future we'll be able to travel again and see each other again in person. Yes, I mean, my opening remark would be really that I think we've reached a stage here with the development of renewables and the mitigation and the impacts that renewable deployment might have on the natural world. It's kind of moving, if you like, from the trade-offs, from the lose-lose potential situations. You know, for example, where we're building infrastructure on heavy organic soils or peatlands, and there's colossal losses of carbon from those ecosystems, to much more kind of a win-win situation whereby the deployment of renewables is obviously an absolutely essential development if we are going to tackle climate change and stay anywhere within the 2 degrees of warming that we are hoping still to stay within the coming century. And at the same time, actually see that as a opportunity for the restoration of some degraded landscapes, for example. So it's all about location and it's all about mitigation efforts. And I think we are moving into the kind of next generation, if you like, of the co-design of the delivery of the restoration of biodiversity at the same time as we're deploying renewables. And that's really a design challenge. And it's embracing this concept of nature-based solutions, which really can be applied to many aspects of development, but particularly renewables. So I'll come on to that in a minute when I present.
Fantastic. Jonathan, you mentioned there the potential that the adoption of renewables offers an opportunity to enhance the natural environment. Do you want to go into a little bit more detail about the mechanisms there and how that would work?
Certainly, I have a few slides which I'd like to show. If I could just share my screen, if that's okay.
Okay.
Give me a second, sorry. Hang on. Sorry about this. I'm just trying to.
I can see your slides, John.
Oh, you see the slides, right?
Yeah,
they're up on the screen.
Title slide.
Maybe control has been taken of my screen. That's great. Okay. I can't actually see them myself, which is a slight issue. But okay.
I will
attempt
slide
to.
at the moment, Jonathan. So if somebody here has control of the slides, you can ask them to advance the slide when you're ready.
Great. Okay. Yeah. So I think the first thing to say, first of all, hello, everybody. I've been introduced. I'm known as Johnny rather than Jonathan. I'm WCMC Chief Executive Officer at UNEP WCMC. UNEP WCMC is two organisations working in collaboration together here, based in Cambridge in the UK. And as has been said, really, we work with scientists, policymakers at that science policy interface right across the world. And really, I'm here really to set a bit of context, I think, today around this question of renewables and biodiversity. Next slide, please. So this is a quote from the Executive Director of UNEP, Inger Anderson, just earlier on in September. These are some of the challenges we face if we are to deliver systemic shifts.
Can I interrupt you for a second? We don't seem to have control of the slides from this end, so they're not advancing at the moment.
Right. Okay. I can't get control of Zoom at all now. Okay, I think I'm going to have to proceed without the slides in that case, because
We may have to rely on audio description as we do with Netflix.
Right, I can't even see anybody at the moment, and there's just a small black box on my screen. Okay. Yeah, sorry about this. Oh, here we go. What's this down here? Have I now given approval for the slides to be?
I'm still seeing your title slide at the moment.
I do apologise. I haven't experienced anything quite like this with Zoom before. I will attempt then to move my own slides forward. No, it won't even let me do the slideshow. Okay, sorry. I apologise. I don't know what the technical problem is. So yes, I'll just proceed verbally. The task now really is to deliver systemic change, really, that addresses the drivers of biodiversity loss really across a range of different areas. And this, of course, ranges from everything from redesigning the food system. Sorry, the screen hasn't changed again. This ranges from everything from redesigning the food system to making our economies more circular, keeping materials within the economy and recycling, reusing them, minimizing our resource extraction, but critically it also means making existing and new infrastructure more nature positive and restore degraded land. So the context of this is that, of course, global energy demand is projected to increase by around 14 to 33% by 2035. And this, of course, entails a rapid shift towards renewables if we're going to stay within that 2-degree pathway, as I've mentioned. It's really encouraging, actually, although despite your conversations yesterday about Greece needing to up its game, if you like, in the deployment of renewable energy, that's on the 14th of September, Wind Power reported that 40% of Greece's energy use was generated by wind, and if you include solar and hydro in that went up to 57%, which is a record-breaking figure for Europe in any given day. So, there are really good things happening. I think that progress should be noted. But how do we kind of square the circuit, if you like, between the rapid deployment of renewables to tackle climate change and at the same time making sure that we don't degrade biodiversity process? Energy infrastructure is becoming more distributed. We're having uncertain cumulative impacts on nature through habitat modification and fragmentation. And we're also seeing what are called telecoupled impacts, which are rising rapidly with the demand for metals and minerals, for example, for battery technology and also for renewables technology itself. So a lot more mining going on in the world in order to extract these minerals, and there's impacts obviously there as well. But we are seeing more increasingly sophisticated mitigation tools and a lot of design innovation, which I'll come back to in a second. So the challenge then, and I don't know can you see my slides now on the screen?
We can see you, Jonathan, which is fine.
You can see me.
Your slides.
Okay, right. Okay. So just some of the major renewable sectors. So if you think about the utility scale solar energy, some of the impacts, for example, from the deployment of large scale solar include things like land modification. So that's the removal of soil layers and vegetation removal. Habitat fragmentation is a real issue here because the supporting infrastructure can actually cover an area 2.5 times the size of the solar panels themselves. And of course, there's then direct mortality of things like birds and collisions and ecosystem interactions from disruptions such as things as, so for example, insect populations behave very differently around solar arrays and can be attractive, and that can change the functioning of ecosystems. When it comes to wind power, we know that everybody will be familiar with the bird collisions rates, particularly for raptors and more mobile species. There's greater collision risk around flyways in particular, so migratory routes. And the cabling and the transmission infrastructure can obviously lead to a lot of land take. With large-scale hydro, again, there's also issues. Some of the kind of old-fashioned hydro, if you like, that went in, led to quite profound changes in land and water ecosystems, with water flow changes impacting on species both up and downstream. They obviously create an obstacle as well to migratory fish. And oddly enough, some of the greenhouse gas emissions from some of the reservoirs created by dams can actually lead to a lot of greenhouse gas emissions, particularly methane. And the cumulative impacts, of course, of lots of micro-hydros in water catchments can also be quite substantial. And then there's bioenergy. Bioenergy, varies massively from one region to the next. It can have real restoration potential. but it can also lead to habitat loss and modification, significant destruction of riparian forests. We know, for example, in the stories from oil palm in Indonesia and the tropical heat swamp forest there, where there's been severe loss of biodiversity and ecosystem disruption. Soil loss, atmospheric water pollution, there's a number of impacts around bioenergy if it's not got right. And then ocean energy, things like tidal barrages can of course disrupt the functioning of coastal ecosystems through estuary inundation, for example, leading to bird population impacts. Marine noise pollution is an up-and-coming potential threat that we're beginning to understand more and more, particularly the impact on marine mammals from the drilling operations, and displacement of seabird colonies. Wave installations tend to be relatively low impact, but we're still trying to understand how they might, for example, affect sedimentation in coastal ecosystems. So they're all the kind of direct impacts of the deployment of renewable energy in any particular place. But as I say, there's also the telecoupled impacts. And I think the mining, particularly things like cobalt and copper, lithium, all of which is, we're seeing rapid rises in the demand, which is going to outstrip the supply within the coming couple of decades, and we desperately need to keep those minerals and metals in the system through the circular economy, but also understand how we can locate mines and extract these minerals in a more sustainable way. Having said that, there's advances happening all the time, and interestingly, Tesla just announced this week that they are poised to start selling some Model 3 vehicles, one of their models made in China, equipped with cobalt-free lithium-ion batteries. So shifting away from the need for cobalt and batteries, and cobalt is one of those minerals which is in short supply or could become in short supply in years to come. So what's the solution to this mitigation issue, if you like, around renewables and biodiversity? The United Nations Environment Assembly in 2019, there was a resolution passed there on sustainable infrastructure that talked about embracing system-level approaches to development of infrastructure assets. It talked about applying appropriate sustainability criteria in the infrastructure development process. And possibly most importantly there, it talked about promoting nature-based solutions to solve some of these sometimes difficult trade-offs to try and make them win-wins, as I say. There is something called the mitigation hierarchy, which many of you will be familiar with. First of all, start with avoidance, avoid those areas of particular sensitivity, then try and minimize the impact, and then think about remediative or design actions which can restore and offset the impact of the renewable development site. So I mentioned the increasingly sophisticated mitigation tools. I would mention things like the Migratory Soaring Birds project. They've developed a sensitivity mapping tool, for example, which maps the really important areas for birds along flyways. So that has a wind sensitivity layer that identifies areas where wind energy developments would be of high risk to birds. So we can then think about avoiding those areas and then minimizing the impact on biodiversity. Similarly, here at UNEP WCMC in Cambridge, we've worked on something called MESA, the mapping of environmentally sensitive assets. So that's looking at multiple spatial layers, creating maps which show where, if development was deployed, then it would have a significant impact on biodiversity, a moderate impact on biodiversity, or low impact on biodiversity. So you can then start to plan where renewables can go. But possibly the most exciting part of this agenda, and I think where we are going in the future, as I mentioned, is this idea that we can move from trade-offs to win-wins. So using this concept of nature-based solutions. The ICN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, has produced a global standard on nature-based solutions, which I'd urge everybody to have a look at. So, for example, in solar, why can't we design in habitat cover and combine things like rooftop solar with green roofs where we have vegetation? So we're actually adding habitat into the urban context, and in a rural context, we're actually having quite extensive areas of semi-natural habitat alongside solar. With wind, why can't we restore semi-natural habitat below the turbines, sometimes on quite large scales, as well as decrease the level of activity through things like traffic. Hydro, there's lots of interesting new techniques there around the creation and restoration of wetlands, where the water has been dammed, the creation of fish passes and river decanalization and river restoration generally is a really exciting agenda. On bioenergy, bioenergy has a really, really big capacity for large-scale restoration of degraded lands, as long as the right crop is chosen. So if we're using productive native vegetation, that can actually help us deliver biodiversity targets, as well as create an energy source. And then in the marine environment is a really interesting one, because these structures that are put in the marine environment actually can create de facto no-take zones where it's very difficult to fish, so that they effectively become little hotspots for fish breeding grounds, and create artificial reefs. How can we think about the design of those? So we're actually thinking of them as artificial reef provision, where we can enhance biodiversity in some circumstances. So that for me is the real the kind of next step, really, from trade-offs to win-wins in this agenda, but very much applying the mitigation hierarchy at all times and making sure that we're making the right decisions, but doing it all quicker, because there has been a certain slowness and a lack of urgency. We need to move to renewables quickly, but we also need to do it right. And I'll leave my opening comments there. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's an extremely quick adaptation from you to life without slides. So well done for that, and thank you. I find a lot of what you said quite encouraging, not just because you bring a positive view to the trade-offs and issues that we're considering here, but also because it's encouraging that there is this much detailed thought going into these aspects of the transition towards renewables. I do have some questions. First, I guess, a lot of what you've talked about is understanding from a very elevated position efficiency across the system, so across the global system, of what can work where, what compensations can be made in one place for something that's happening in another, or even what compensations can be made in the same place for something that with some damage that we may be committing. So I'm interested in how this cuts across national politics and varying national needs and endowments. So there may be an ideal mix for the transition from hydrocarbons to renewables across the planet, but that you have in mind or that you could design. But can that be matched to what individual governments in individual territories around the world feel they require and what they have in the way of natural endowment? Is that something that you've looked at?
It's a really interesting question. That, of course, there are, if you look at, for example, the key biodiversity areas, which are that's the kind of set of mapped areas on the planet which are, which hold significant areas of important biodiversity, and that can be both in terms of species richness, so the sheer number of species which are present in that ecosystem, or refer to rare habitats which are only occur in certain places of the world. So those kind of biodiversity hotspots, if you like, can of course be concentrated in certain countries. So certain countries are, in a sense, have a huge degree of responsibility for some of the major hotspots of biodiversity on the planet. And of course, there then is the question of, would it be possible, for example, to do large-scale renewable deployment in some of those key biodiversity areas? And I would argue that those are the areas which we should be avoiding. And of course, that then does lead you into that, very interesting discussion around, does that mean that certain countries of the world, because they've got are incredibly important natural assets, are are not going to be kind of able in some ways to deploy renewables on a large scale. And I don't think that, to my knowledge, that analysis has not been done. It's certainly, we've certainly mapped the key biodiversity areas globally and said that we should think very, very carefully about deployment of any kind of infrastructure which might damage those assets on a global level. I think it would be up to the countries really to kind of consider that and think about that. But they, I would certainly urge that they think about that very carefully and get all the spatial layers mapped before taking any decisions, for example, on a kind of national-wide strategic rollout of renewables to try and avoid the most sensitive areas, if that makes sense, without getting into kind of national politics of it.
Yeah, I see. Thank you. Related to that, how do you feel about the state of global coordination on these issues at the moment? I mean, there have been various attempts to create frameworks that will bring the world together in the style of some of the big global initiatives that we saw after the Second World War, for example. These sort of large global treaties and organisations. If anything, it feels that we've gone backwards on those attempts, on those initiatives over the past few years for a variety of reasons, not least the shift in the tone and approach of the US administration. What's your sense of where we stand on global coordination, the kind of global coordination that we will need if these kinds of coordinated approaches are going to succeed?
The Paris Agreement was a significant moment in the world coming together to address the issue of climate change. There's no question about that. But it will all be in the implementation, and it will all be about delivering on those nationally determined contributions and making sure that there's that national action. I think one of the encouraging things that's happened in the last couple of years really is that the biodiversity and climate change agendas and the two conventions, the Convention on Biological Diversity and the UN Convention on Climate Change, have really come closer together. And there's now a realization that the restoration of nature in all its forms and shifting towards more sustainable use of nature, the restoration of ecosystems in the next decade, could actually contribute a third of the mitigation efforts towards tackling climate change. So nature is our greatest ally in that sense in trying to address climate change. Of course, alongside renewables and the shift from to a low carbon or zero carbon economy, which also has to go hand in hand with that. So that for me is pretty exciting that the climate and nature agendas are coming together. And I think this year was supposed to be the so-called super year for nature because we were due to have a major conference in the Convention of Biological Diversity was set to meet in Kunming around about now. But that has now been postponed until next year. But in some senses, that gives us a chance to, formulate a really credible and accountable plan for the restoration of nature and the conservation of nature over the coming 10 years. And there's a lot of energy going on around the planet to try and amongst the environmental community and beyond to come up with something that's really credible and powerful. So that international cooperation is still happening. Despite some of the issues that you raised there, and I'm quite hopeful actually that things like the pandemic in some ways have brought us close together as a global community, and I think to tackle some of these what are global problems, we need a global community and we need global cooperation to do that, and multilateralism is therefore, I think, essential and will emerge as something stronger in the coming decade, is my sense.
Okay, thank you. Interesting that this was to be the year of nature, and in a sense, nature got the first word. It has been the year of nature, but not quite as we intended.
as many people attending this conference will know, the pandemic is at least in part a product of ecosystem degradation and biodiversity loss, in the sense that it's a zoonotic disease that has arisen because of partly the destruction of ecosystems that we've created. We've created conditions whereby these zoonotic jumps into the human species can occur a lot more easily because of the degradation of. So, yeah, another example really of where ecosystem degradation and biodiversity loss is to our disadvantage, and if we can deploy restoration nature-based solutions on a scale, we will not just improve the habitability of our planet, but we will improve our economies. We will improve our social stability. It'll mean that the displacement of people is less likely, so therefore less likely to come into conflict. So there's a whole range of different societal benefits, and it was great that the Sustainable Development Goals were mentioned just in the session previously, because the integration really of biodiversity and ecosystem restoration and conservation into those broader economic and social objectives, I think, is the next generation, if you like, for environmental science and policy.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jonathan. I have a bunch of other questions, but we're out of time, I'm afraid. I'm particularly interested in the role of existing big oil companies in this transition, but we don't have time here to go into it. So you and I'm encouraged by the bright light outside your window, which suggests that when I get back to the UK, at least there's some decent weather waiting.
It's always sunny in Cambridge.
Excellent, excellent. Jolly good. Well, thank you very much, Jonathan Hughes. That was really super, particularly given the logistical challenges. Okay.
Sorry about that. Not sure what happened there.
We are going to take a 10-minute break now, and then we're going to come back with our next session, which is about climate change and human diet. And I suspect the theme of the session will be there's no such thing as a free lunch. So we'll see you in 10 minutes. Back. Pleasure to be back, and particularly pleased to be moving on to this next theme, which is a fascinating one, particularly just before lunch. This theme is climate change and human diet. I was very struck by an argument in the book *Sapiens* by Yuval Noah Harari, which you may have read, where he described how 10,000 years ago, human hunter-gatherers began to settle and began to take up agriculture. And as a result, humanity became enslaved to wheat. And ever since, really, we've been slaves to our food, but also our habits in terms of the way we generate our food have had a profound impact on our environment and still do. I think we've all seen the images of the rapacious impact of ranching, for example, in the Amazon. So there are huge questions at the moment about how we can address the impact of our food habits on the climate. I'm really honoured to be joined for this session by two wonderful speakers, one of whom I have with me here, and the other of whom will be speaking to us from Oxford in the UK. So let's start with Kostas Skrekas, welcome, the Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Rural Development and Food here in Greece. Deputy Minister, would you like to give us some introductory words?
Of course. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the Economist conference, which yearly organizes extremely interesting events and fora in Greece, and say that truly the issue of diet and food supply and sufficiency is something that we take for granted until something happens which influences the whole global community, like a pandemic. And in our daily discussions, we have some question marks and arguments about on whether we can take for granted the fact that we do have food supply and sufficiency allowing our societies to prosper. And we have these questions that are raised when we have a calamity, weather calamity. When we have millions of hectares of cultivated land are destroyed, and then we start questioning or asking what can we do that the production of agri-food and food in general is protected and sustaining the climate change impact and climate change, because now we have understood that climate change is not something that will happen in the future, but is happening. In Greece, we have a Mediterranean hurricane for the first time in years, which influenced areas of central Greece, Thessaly, the area of Larissa, Trikala, southern Peloponnese, and Greece, where a lot of acres were destroyed due to flooding. Thousands of tons of water fell, and a lot of farmers left behind in despair. We, as a state, we will try to compensate and support these people affected. And here we have the paradox. On the one hand, we will use tens of thousands of millions these losses of farmers, but from next week, these farmers will pay tens of millions of euros in energy in order to take the water away from their farms. This is a paradox. We support them, they pay a lot in order to get rid of the water that had fallen in their farms. And we have, nevertheless, a strategy in Europe in the framework of Green Deal, which sets objectives, measures that we need to take on how to change the cultivation methods, fertilizers, insecticides, and how we can make things more nature-like. And of course, something else which is important is the correct use, the right use of water. 80% of the water used in Greece is for watering the farms, or it is for other uses. And the bad thing is that 65% of the total water we use in Greece comes from the underground waters. And only 25% are superficial waters or surface waters we use. So, and we need to change that, which is the case in other countries. We as a government and a state, we have a national plan of reconstruction of agri-food areas, and we try to create basins collecting rainwater and use it for the cultivations. We will do that because we want to protect our water reservoirs, underground reservoirs, to decrease the cost of irrigation for the farmers, and allowing and make a rational use of rainwater. And of course, in a way, if we create infrastructure in various sensitive areas, we will avoid floods, which are devastating the areas. We are planning a very important project for training our farmers. We want them to be informed about new techniques of farming. Our farmers cannot use the same ways of farming they used years ago. We need to help them change their practices in cultivations, to use principles of smart farming, and in that way to rationalize the whole cultivations and the use of water. And we plan as well a very ambitious system of national farm advisors that will allow young educated farmers and less educated farmers to introduce in their daily lives new practices, following the agriculturalists, assisting them in smart farming. We have a program that will inform people on how they can use smarter ways, producing more and consuming less energy. With all these things in mind, we are optimistic that quite soon the Greek agriculture and the primary sector in general will take a leap forward in the future, where farmers will be sustainably cultivating their lands, and in that way the next generation will be more resilient in climate change impact and will be able to produce agri-food for our society in sufficient quantities and better qualities, protecting the resources, of course.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I'm interested that your focus here on new practices, innovation, modernisation, farming sector in Greece. And forgive my ignorance, but I wonder, I mean, in many parts of the world, farming is becoming harder to find the labour, find the people who will dedicate themselves to farming in a world dominated by technology and by urbanisation. Is that an issue for Greece? Do you have the supply of people who want to continue farming the land that you require?
For sure, labor force is an issue, not only for Greece, but also for many other countries. And this issue was really examined during the pandemic, when we have the problem, we have an issue, let's say, of people coming from other countries. Here, usually, they're coming from our neighbor countries north of Greece. But we found a way by adapting our legislative framework in order to, and of course by securing public health, in order to have this necessary labor force that we need for the crops. On the other hand, of course, technology can help us in changing the way that we collect the food and the fruits and everything, but always we will need labor. So why? The reason is why the younger generations here in Greece or in Germany, in Belgium, they don't tend, let's say, to come and help in this sector as laborers, as earth laborers, let's say. One issue is, for sure, the income. Is the income enough for them to have a good life, to take care of their family? So what we mean is that here in Europe and in Greece, I don't know if the issue is how to produce always with the best production cost our products, but to produce agro-food products that are of good quality, and with a standardization process to end communicating this process to the consumer, to give the incentive to consumer to pay some premium, to pay some more in order to buy a little bit more expensive the fruit or the vegetable, but knowing that it is a very quality product, which has been grown, let's say, using methods that protects the environment and makes the primary sector resilient to the effects of the climate crisis.
Excellent, thank you very much. Okay, well, I'd like to include into the conversation now Marco Springman, who's a senior researcher on environmental sustainability and health at the University of Oxford, which, speaking from personal experience, I can say is a wonderful place. Marco, would you like to give us your thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, sure. And good to be with you. I'm just sharing my slides here. I hope you can see that all. So, okay.
We can see that. We can see that fine, Marco. Thanks.
You can see. Okay, perfect. So I guess my angle is slightly different. So I'll be talking a bit more about climate change and diets instead of climate change and food production. If we look at maybe starting from the whole food system, we see that the food system is indeed a major driver of climate change. More than a third of all greenhouse gas emissions are due to the food system, according to the latest IPCC report. And it's also a major driver of land use change, biodiversity loss, freshwater use, and pollution of terrestrial and aquatic systems through fertilizer runoff. We projected that without dedicated changes the impacts, environmental impacts of the food system could increase by 50 to 90% by 2050, and by then exceed all food-related planetary boundaries, like those on climate change, land use, water use, and fertilizer application by quite substantial amounts. Why is that? Well, if we focus here on climate change, then you see that the majority of the impacts are due to animal source foods, because they are just so much more greenhouse gas intensive due to the high amount of feed, but also to the direct methane emissions that especially ruminant animals have. As a result, without dietary changes, there is really very little chance to stay within planetary boundaries, especially the one on climate change. That is what you can see here on the left side, the green bar. Without that green bar, we don't get anywhere near to the sort of safety zone where we stay within environmental limits and would meet the food-related emissions budget for the Paris Climate Agreement. And in comparison, technological changes really don't do very much, because they can't alter the characteristic of the animals that are responsible for the majority of greenhouse gas emissions. One can wonder, what kind of dietary changes do we need? Well, together with colleagues, we developed what has been called a planetary health diet, that is very low to moderate in animal source foods and can be completely plant-based. And we found that at least it has to be this flexitarian version of those Eat Lancet recommendations that we put forward, based on a comprehensive review, not only about the environmental impacts, but also about the health impacts. How ambitious are those dietary changes? Well, the answer is very. On average, red meat consumption would need to decrease by over 80%, other meat consumption by over a third, and fruit and vegetable consumption increased by 50% or more. And not only in high-income countries, where those changes need to be more drastic, but even by 2030 also in low-income countries, because they are on a massive trajectory of pushing up on their animal source food consumption to really unsustainable levels. The added benefit of those changes is, though, that we projected that if people adopt a more plant-based diet, then on average their premature mortality would go down by about 20%. And that is because imbalanced diets at the moment are the #1 killer in the world, responsible for the greatest number of the greatest degree of premature mortality in most regions and globally. Of course, there are other issues like the minister just highlighted, but if you look at, for example, the impacts of transport in the food system, the transport is only responsible for about 5% of food-related emissions. So that tension between local production and global production is really not there. So local production doesn't really make an impact in terms of reducing environmental impacts. Tech changes, they are definitely needed in low-income countries where efficiencies are low, but for high and middle-income countries, the efficiencies are already quite okay, and the changes are not that big, especially compared to changes in diets. Then a thing the minister talked quite a bit about is the climate change impacts on food and diets, and there we did also a very comprehensive study. Found that it could indeed be one of the largest health impacts. But if you look at the impacts in absolute, those are 20 times less than the impacts of dietary changes towards healthier and more sustainable diets. And they can be mitigated by the same route, dietary changes to increase especially fruits and vegetable consumption, which would be the major reason for the health impacts of climate change due to lower yields there. So the takeaway message is really dietary changes towards more plant-based diets, to balance more plant-based diets, is really essential both for climate change mitigation and for climate change adaptation. Of course, those don't happen for free, and we know by now that just information campaigns don't really work, and instead integrated multi-component approaches are needed. Those can and should include information campaigns, but they should also include other things like fiscal measures, such as taxation, of environmentally intensive food products like beef and dairy, for example, subsidies for healthier and more sustainable products like fruits and vegetables. Other economic incentives could also be important, especially for producers when we look at the agricultural subsidy side. School and workplace programs could be important, changes of menu options, changes in national dietary guidelines is important. And if we talk about things like red and processed meat, which have been declared carcinogenic and unlikely carcinogenic by the International Cancer Agency of the World Health Organization, then one could also think about direct restriction or mandates. But what really essential here is that there is a tight link between consumption policies and health policies and environmental policies and agriculture policies. So it can't be that there is an agricultural system that just talks about changes in technology and management when it's very clear that we really need a food transformation where we really emphasize healthy plant-based foods relatively more than animal source foods. So if you want to look anything up, also country level results for Greece, for example, we have them all in our publications here. And yeah, with that, I want to thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Marco. That was all very, very clear. It's always nice to see someone who's worked out the numbers, and you've got a very comprehensive set of figures there. One struck me in particular, and I'll use it really to steer into the next question, which will be for the Deputy Minister. You mentioned the need to reduce red meat consumption by 80% worldwide. We may look across your numbers and figures and charts and be persuaded individually, you know, as observers. But of course, in the case of the government and of policymakers, they have to. It's not just a matter of them being persuaded; it's a matter of them knowing how to turn that vision of what needs to be done into results on the ground among the people who vote for them. So I think the Deputy Minister and his colleagues have a particularly difficult task because they're the ones who have to persuade Greeks to eat only 20% of the red meat that they eat today. And I would imagine, given the pleasure I've had in Greek restaurants, that's not an easy task. You were very straightforward, Marco, in your suggestion of policy measures. So, Mr. Skrekas, what are your thoughts on what you saw there generally, and in particular the policy suggestions that came from Marco?
Okay, I see the point that was raised. Let me first say that before trying to change our habits and the way that we live, maybe we can examine what happens with the current production of food and the use of food. For example, before reducing by 80% the consumption of red meat, just to give you an idea, in Greece we import 80% of the meat that we consume. So only 20% is produced in Greece. So it's not a matter that meat maybe it's a big industry for Greek economy, but having in mind that we dispose of more than 1.3 billion tons of good food worldwide, food that we should need the area of China to produce it. So maybe we can prioritize the actions that we can take in order to, on one hand, secure food safety, and the other hand, save of production of food that maybe impacts the environment. On the other hand, we must find ways to mitigate those effects. For example, maybe we can capture these gas emissions coming from livestock farms, methane, for example, and utilize this, take advantage and use it maybe for producing energy. There are now technologies that can help us to exactly do this, what is the necessary for us, what is the requirement. And the requirement is to produce food because we need food for the human society on one hand, and on the other hand, to minimize or even to eliminate the effect of that production to the environment. Because we are people, and everything we do, it affects the environment at the end of the day. So I don't know if we must be so aggressive. Of course, I hear this point, and maybe changing meat protein to fish protein, and we export a lot of fish. We are the first export country among the member states that who exports fish, cultivated fish. It's an issue, yes. Maybe we can do it. But before trying to do this, maybe we should see what we can do with the current situation and prevent the current situation from affecting the environment.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Marco, I'm sure you would have been struck by the statistic that the Deputy Minister gave us, that 80% of Greek meat is imported. It seems that there is an easy solution there. Stop importing meat, you've got your 20%. So I think, to be serious, you get the sense that policy on the ground for an elected government in a democracy is a complicated business that's not simply about taking the recommendations that come, sensible and well thought through recommendations that come from academic bodies. How do you deal with that as an advisor, as an advocate? How do you reconcile what you believe to be the case in terms of what has to happen with the limitations on what can actually be done by politicians on the ground?
Yeah, I mean, frankly, it's just rather frustrating, right? So, I mean, we hear things like the minister said very often that, oh, we don't need to tinker much around with dietary patterns. We can just sort of have some tech fixes and reduce food loss and waste. Whereas we find in studies over and over that that is simply not enough. The numbers don't add up. Recently, we did analysis to look at national dietary guidelines and also looked at made a sustainability test, how much dietary patterns in different countries are in line with global environmental targets. And those are targets that governments have signed up to, like the Paris Climate Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. And we found for Greece, for example, that if everybody in the world ate like a Greek, then we would need 5 Earths to dilute the food-related greenhouse gas emissions, for example, and the Sustainable Development Goals and IG biodiversity targets for land use, water use, fertilizer application would be completely missed as well. So it's not only a matter of sort of what we as academics say we need to do to save the planet, but it's also what governments have already signed up to. So it's really about policy coherence and really being honest to citizens what need to happen. So there is just no way we would be able to make any of those global agreements without drastic reductions in our consumption of red meat. And complete replacement with fish is also not an option because lots of aquacultural systems are also very high in greenhouse gas emissions, especially if there are bigger fish where you need to fish small fish. So we really need to get more plant-based. I know that is sometimes a hard sell, especially for maybe a country like Greece that is so dependent in their diets on red meat and dairy, but there is just no way around it. And I mean, we don't find that has to be vegan per se, right? But we just find that current diets are so out of whack and they need to be rebalanced to basically flexitarian diets that are low in meat. And otherwise, there is just no way around it. And if one country doesn't do it, it basically outsources responsibility to other countries, right?
Thank you. Thank you, Marco. That was fairly frank and fairly clear, I think. Mr. Skrekos, I think I should give you a right to reply to that. I think the message that's coming from Marco is that within the constraints that you face, understood and understandable constraints as a government, on the one hand, that's not enough to meet the requirements if we're going to avoid catastrophe. on the other, the Greek government and the Greek state has already signed up to treaties which that approach wouldn't be enough to meet either. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, looking at my everyday diet, let's say, and the diet that in Greece we use, let's say, I could say that the plants, let's say, are a big part of our diet, okay, and fish and meat. Mainly, I could say that lamb meat is more important for us than lamb meat than cow meat. But anyway, what is the question? Which is the question? To minimize gas emissions. Okay, one thing is to cut the production of gas emissions, correct. The other is to find a way to reduce or to capture these emissions. I don't think that we should look only one way. Maybe we should look all the ways and find all alternatives, examine all alternatives, and finally follow the ones that are more suitable to our society. I think this is an easy answer to that question.
Okay, fantastic. I mean, I think it's clear from the discussion that we've had that we could continue to discuss this for a very long time, and just possibly we might not come to a conclusion. So I'm intensely grateful to both of my panelists, who've both, I think, been open, frank, and courteous and fair. So I've enjoyed the discussion. So thank you to Kostas Skrekas, Deputy Minister, and to Marco Springman. So we're now going to take a well-deserved coffee break. We'll be back at about 12:10 to talk about smart cities and nature-based solutions for urban areas. And that session will be moderated by Phoebe Kunduri. We'll see you then. Thank you.
Hello again. We continue our session of the fourth Sustainability Summit for Southeast Europe and Mediterranean. We host in this session three important mayors: the mayor of Athens, Kostas Bakoyannis, mayor of Thessaloniki, Konstantinos Zervas, and mayor of Trikala, a special case of a city, Greek city, that implements smart and green technology in an impressive way. Mr. Dimitris Papasteriou, President of Union of Mayors of Greece. I will give you some data, and then I will ask from each mayor to make a point. We will focus on them to have a discussion that has to do with the transition of our cities in sustainability. Half of the population of the planet lives in big cities. And prediction is by 2050, two-thirds of planet population will be living in big cities. This contrasts the fact that cities occupy only 3% of the area of the planet, and cities are big energy consumers. 80% of energy consumption goes to cities. 70% of CO2 emission comes from cities, and 80% of GDP comes from big cities as well. We, as AERE, and Climate Kick of Greece, try to find ways to achieve a transition from what we are today, something I described earlier, into a sustainable transition, which means that by 2050 we will have climate neutral cities, cities that will protect the health and biodiversity, cities that will be able to include green, clean technologies, and that should be done in the framework of SDG in a participatory way, a way that gives the opportunity to citizens to participate in this transition The 2030 SDGs of sustainable development has not been achieved yet by any country. And we don't have neither an average success rate in neither countries, and no country has no average cities being in the right average to achieve SDG 11, to be precise. Well, having all this in mind, and of course the question on how will we be able to achieve these objectives, these goals, I will give the floor to the mayors, starting with Mr. Kostas Bakoyannis to address us all. Thank you very much for the invitation. and to say that it is a great pleasure to be with two excellent colleagues, the mayor of Thessaloniki and the mayor of Trikala. We've been cooperating with them excellently. You asked a very important question, which unfortunately has not been dealt by the public dialogue adequately all these past years. This question is a global challenge which demands for local solutions. And we need to work bottom up in order to achieve this transition you described earlier in terms of social justice and, of course, strengthening the resilience of the cities. If we look around us, there is a global race. A lot of cities participate in this race, not only from Europe, but also from Asia and other countries. It is a race with three prizes. Increase visitors is number one. The second prize is attracting new investment, and the third one is attracting talents. Because in this discussion, if we want to be substantial, we need to include the structural changes happening globally. The way we work changes, the way we participate changes, and we are active in the labor market. Athens, for many years, unfortunately, and because of the crisis and the memoranda we experienced in the past, is lagging behind or stagnant. In the past year, we try to participate in this race and be fast runners. We have three principles we abide by. We want to free public space. In Athens today, we have a condensed single block of buildings with no empty spaces, allowing thus citizens to experience a different quality of life. Athens is a city with most square meters in our flats per capita. We have, and it is the city with less areas of green per capita. The second principle is sustainable mobility. For many years, all of us in Greece and abroad succumbed to cars. Car was the king. Of course, we don't want to fight cars, but we need to create a balance. We cannot have 95% cars and 5% others. So we need to find combined ways of transportation in urban areas. And the third principle has to do with the protection of our urban environment. And I talk about green spaces. Practically, we have started an important program for the green areas. The project at Lycabettus Hill will start in the next few days. For the first time, we will be able to create a path towards the theater of Lycabettus. We will restore 3 kilometers of paths. At the same time, we will try to protect the garden around the Lycabettus on the way up to Lycabettus, respecting the species. And at the same time, we do that at Strefi Hill, Plato's Academy area that will protect the green areas. On sustainable mobility, we are proceeding with the project of Megalos Peripatos, which is a great walk, which is a pedestrian street going around Athens, in order to be able to finish with that by 2021. And this big walk will allow us to have free space. These are the big ones, but we try to do some smaller projects like pocket parks. We have already started with this project 2 months ago. We will try to restore some free spaces, and that goes also for sports areas as well, and kindergartens, etc. And I think that all of us need these free spaces. I don't want to tire you with the details. I would like also to add something important that has to do with the future of the Union of Mayors, a modern city that respects its citizens. It is a city that facilitates the citizens and the state. It offers thus services to its citizens. We have managed during the pandemic to offer to our citizens 30 new digital services. We have avoided issuing certificates with the presence of the people there, and we are trying to build this digital trust, as I call it, by the citizens to the municipality. Of course, in order to achieve everything, we need to cooperate, all of us, to trust each other, and we all need to understand that the pandemic is fought in a participatory way and with trust. And thank you for the invitation, and I'm at your disposal. So, green mobility, urban planning, protection of the green areas, and along with that, climate adjustment, digital upgrading projects. All these are accelerators for transition to sustainability. A quick question before we give the floor to our next speakers. In what we build as SDGs in the UN, a sustainable city has the characteristics you mentioned earlier, but at the same time it gives employment to its citizens and gives them safe houses. What is your position in these two sectors? We have a share. We should have had a share, because if we just played the game of responsibilities, meaning that is not my responsibility, I think that the mayors are responsible for what is happening in their city and accountable for what is happening in their city. That is why they need to find ways to avoid problems in all districts and in all areas. That is why we have created a kind of committee where capacities are allocated, and this committee dash center is a coordination center for all of us. It is a great step forward, and we already see these changes. We see how things are improved via cooperation of the different agencies of the municipality.
Ένα άρθρο το οποίο έχει δημοσιεύσει ο Economist.
In September, Economist had published an article that was back in 2019. It described the efforts of Greece, the financial efforts of Greece. It was a very positive article and optimistic, but above that article there was a picture taken from Athens, and we could see graffiti on buildings, closed windows, a homeless person sleeping in the street, and this picture was not justifying the beauty of Athens, and there was an inconsistency between the article and picture, and this is our job, to create slowly and consistently a city that is hospitable, a safe city, attractive to visitors and to people who want to live and spend their lives there. Our role is to create a consistency between the article and the picture by allowing a better picture of the city. And we try to do that by attracting investments, and we see that a lot of new hotels are created in Athens downtown, which will change the overall picture of Athens. Well, we have a person here with vision and eager to work and change things. Mr. Reservas, thank you very much, Kostas. Mr. Reservas, the mayor of Athens. Would you like
to tell us more about what you do in Thessaloniki with respect to sustainability? Please put that in the context of your coastal zone, the port, the ecosystem surrounding the port, and in the context of your efforts to promote green growth, which includes blue growth. Let me thank you for this kind invitation. Indeed, I'm a bit sad because I couldn't come. It's good, at least I can communicate online with you. It's good. I find myself virtually next to my good colleagues. And following Kostas Bakoyannis, my colleague, I think I couldn't divert from his viewpoints on the prospect, and actually I was really happy when I heard him, because I thought that it was the city of Thessaloniki, the one with the least green spaces or areas of green. Now I just heard that Athens is ranking first. That's not a privilege I'd like to have. Mr. Bakoyannis says, you're coming up strong. Maybe in 3 years' time you will be first. Because indeed the city is an ecosystem. Both Athens and Thessaloniki, they are both urban municipalities. Dimitris Papasteriou has also a metropolitan city that includes great spaces of green. I reckon that things are quite tough right now, both because of the recent financial crisis, the one that lasted 10 years, and because of the pandemic. It's not a Greek phenomenon, it's an international one, but in any case, we are the ones asked to provide the ideal solutions. I think I could do nothing but agree on the main pillars of Mr. Bakoyannis' viewpoints. The use of empty spaces. I agree with him. Of course, we don't have many, lots of capabilities, because when a new mayor comes, he says, okay, let's use these spaces. And then the agencies of the municipality burst in and say, no, we cannot use this and that. We have just specific areas we can use, apart from the fact that we don't have the capabilities to use all of them. Sustainable mobility. Major cities like ours, so densely populated, have a huge load to carry. Athens has 6 different modes of transportation. In Thessaloniki, you have only 1. But both Kostas and myself, within 12 months, we were able to proceed with some bold movements. Actually, Kostas was even bolder. We created bicycle lanes. We gave space to the pedestrians. So we introduced alternative mobility. It wasn't easy. You know very well that both Kostas and myself, in this effort of ours to bring some people out of their comfort zone and challenge the established order, we faced many difficulties. But as I've said in the past, any kind of new traffic arrangements or such changes represent too difficult labor. Of course, this requires different infrastructures. Of course, Athens ranks higher. Thessaloniki is way back. But such interventions, both for freeing space and promoting sustainable mobility, suggests that we have to drive cars away from the city, but we also have to provide alternative modes of transportation. If we have none, if we don't provide these alternatives, then it's not the right thing to do, because we do not provide people with the solutions they need. Now, third point, protection of urban landscape. As Kostas said, and this is my reply to your question, Thessaloniki, the municipality of Thessaloniki, is surrounded by 2 valuable natural spaces, Thermaikos Gulf and the suburban forest. Both spaces, which of course affect the local microclimate of Thessaloniki, were left untapped or were left alone. Actually, we didn't put the right emphasis. So it's very important that we focus on them. That's what we currently do by establishing a body, an entity that will manage both the suburban forest and the Gulf of Thermaikos, so both their image and their the climate-related benefits will be enjoyed. Also, we have in the pipeline the construction of 60 acres of green areas by building a metropolitan park with the collaboration of the Thessaloniki National Fair SA. It's important to support the existing areas of green. You have to know that, as it was said before, when you have no free spaces, planting trees in a line is not easy, because every tree requires a space of 1 square meter, but at the same time you need 10 square meters to be freed in order to have this one tree planted. So we proceed with extended tree planting and with multi-layered plantations along the highways and streets. We will also proceed with planting so-called perpendicular gardens, and that's something that I started at the beginning of my spell as a member of the Vice President for the Environment. And that's something that I see being copied by other municipalities, because you have no copyright on that. It's a blessing being able to see your work being copied. It has to do with ecological management of rainwater, the so-called rain parks. So we use rain precipitations to water the areas of green we build. It's also equally important to use smart technologies, and we invest on that. We invest in that, and that was the reason why we established quickly a digital transformation hub, introducing smart systems, for instance, at bus stops, mobility, environmental information, cleaning services. We use such systems to have better management of the waste and garbage. It's very difficult to do so, especially in the densely populated urban center. We also have the important parameter of lighting, because lighting, on the one hand, has to do with the energy footprint of a city, and on the other hand, it relates to what you rightly said when asking Mr. Bakoyannis, with safety, with security, actually. Security is also related to good lighting, and to a great extent, it is related to the quality of the green areas. When preparing a speech of mine some years ago as the Vice Mayor of Environment, I read someplace that following surveys in the city of Chicago, criminality was less than 50% in neighborhoods where the green areas were properly maintained. So all this data, all these facts, all this data and insights are included in our agenda at a certain priority, along with other colleagues of mine in the municipal governors. But as we say in our country, we have an expression: if you have a complaint, go to the mayor. So one way or another, all daily issues come here. Go to the mayor of every municipality, who is supposed one way or another to solve everything: social justice, social solidarity issues. Especially in the past year, we have had issues like that, and also as a result of the pandemic. But this has mainly to do with how we will enter the brand new era. I'm talking about the 2030, or the horizon of 2030 or 2050. In the case of municipalities, this relates to human and financial resources. Now, and it's my time to be grumpy, this also has to do with a regulatory framework. It's very, very difficult. Even if you have the resources or the people needed, it's very tough to plan, to schedule certain interventions. So in order to attain these goals, and these goals are common, are universal, are European, are international, Greek municipalities have to have the means available so that in smart ways and by implementing good practices we exchange, we will be able to turn them into reality and benefit our citizens. Because that's the important thing. We collect fees from the residents of our municipality. We have funds coming from European and other projects, but the end point should be, the recipient should be the citizens of our cities. Great. I heard some great initiatives that one can find also in Athens, and nature-based solutions. That's really important, and I'm glad to hear that also, because these solutions can really help cities already developed. Let me move quickly to Mr. Papasteriou, and then I'll be back with you too. He will talk to us about solutions and how we can integrate citizens in this transition, which means promoting green mobility on the one hand, while having an engagement on behalf of the citizens, having a collaborative approach or a participatory approach. Now let me give the floor to Mr. Papasteriou. What are the new amazing ideas they have in Trikala, and how do you combine innovation with these ideas in order to support green transition and digital transformation? Hello? Hello from Trikala. Well, hello to my colleagues. We're not doing such amazing things as you said, but we're open in being positively surprised. We are open in working with our people, for our people, and have a different viewpoint of our cities. A city is not just the building stock and the total fleet. It's a system, an ecosystem. Given that we talk about biodiversity, we have forgotten that our cities are made of birds, plants, animals, and any other creature that, as a result of our deeds or negligence, we have led to extinction from the urban landscape. You talked about participation or engagement. Currently, there is a campaign entitled Together in London in order to turn the citizens of London into part of this vision. Konstantinos Zervas has also written a book. I don't remember the two plants in your... He actually has written a book, and the title included two very peculiar exotic plants. He couldn't remember the title exactly. So this is the kind of approach we have to go back. Maybe this is also the solution to the vices or to the indifference demonstrated or displayed by our citizens. Being this mayor of a small city, given that I don't have the problems or the challenges of major cities, I'm happy to spend time looking. This is what we've been doing with agencies. We analyzed all river systems of our municipality. We have 3 ones, especially after the floodings in Thessaly and especially in Mouzaki and Karditsa. We decided that it would be good to accelerate our anti-flood infrastructure. So we mapped all rivers crossing our municipality, and we came up with some amazing, beautifully carved escapes. So we have to make not use of them, but make them our priority in order to protect them and safeguard them. For instance, part of the biodiversity of a city is the animal stock. Okay, we have stray dogs, stray cats. Do you have others? Yes. In the river of Trikala, we have these small fur-bearing animals that actually carry ducks. We call them otters. But it was a good idea, a good opportunity for us to revisit our city. I remember reading an article that Athens is back at the pollution rates of the 1950s. It's good that we have now Trikala emptied by cars, so you walk in areas that are open. The cars always stop for you to cross the street. There's quiet. So I understand that we cannot go back to the 1950s, but given the initiatives taken by both my colleagues, they showed that cities are not constructed in order for us to park our cars. They are not built in order for the motor fleet to occupy everything. The city is part of the life of a human, regardless of our race, beliefs, etc. We all have a right in this city. So these brand new smart cities we want to live in are very important. We're talking about cities that come with certain obligations and rights. But these cities have to regain their connection with the environment. The 17 SDGs may also lead us to benchmark ourselves, given the goals and others, because, of course, you cannot improve something you cannot measure. So let's turn our cities into something more attractive. We discussed before about how we can improve our quality of life, how we can attract more people in our cities. For instance, some cities have teleheating, great infrastructure, telecommunications. These cities will attract more people, will attract young people, will improve the quality of life. Civil protection and security is a major issue. What I live in Karditsa, what I experience in Karditsa is just next to Trikala. We love the city. After the Ianos Medicaine, it's something undescribable. We have to, it's important for us to shield our cities against these phenomena. And these are the initiatives we have to take. Given the new challenges, immobility, yes. Immobility is one thing, but this calls for energy independence for our cities, because if it is to generate power in Ptolemaida burning coal, in order for me to have any car, it means nothing. We need these are new challenges, important challenges, and we need our citizens to stay next to us and join forces. I've seen that both in the case of Thessaloniki and Athens, that we have to get out of our comfort zone. There's no other way. If you want to keep on living in a city filled with fumes and smog and the produce of exhaust pipes, then okay, we can change nothing. I think it's high time that we do something and take certain initiatives. We will be here, we'll always be present in always to support our municipalities and encourage our people. Thank you very much.
It's not a question of wanting, it is a question of must. We owe it to the generations to come. These cities is not our own cities, but we have borrowed them from future generations, and we need to create a prosperity environment for them. I have a question for all three of you. Transition needs technology, technology needs infrastructure. So there is no meaning in introducing e-mobility without infrastructure. How can we do that? Beyond technology, of course, we need the participation of citizens, participatory transition. That means that citizens believe that they can affect investment and all what is happening. They are co-planning and agree to this transition. I hear that you are all trying that, but in order to be able to support this pathway, is not only technology and concession. You need money. As a member of Pisaridi Committee, Sustainable Cities and Communities is important of what we suggest as a sector for investment. And you will see that in our final report. What I want to understand, you as municipalities, have you suggested projects that can be financed by the Recovery Fund? The 37% climate neutrality and digitization. These are pillars for all three of you. What activities, what interventions have you done in this sector? Mr. Zervas. I'm glad for this question. Well, I talked about that in my speech because I believe it is important. Probably I may analyze what you have asked. Half a minute from all of you because we don't have extra time. Please be brief if you can. We start now? Okay. What you have asked, lack of infrastructure and use of technology actually allows us to save time. For digital transformation, we can take leaps. I said earlier that we expect these resources because we have a lot of projects underway, and we count on the Recovery Fund and the investments that will come from it. And the NSRFs are also important for our cities. Unfortunately, the state has also to see, and the EU, on how fast these funds will arrive in the infrastructure and services we want to introduce them in order to have a substantial benefit. I think it is quite important to all of us to make haste, because it's not time for wishes, it's time for action, and smart solution need smart people and fast people to implement them. Recovery Fund, can be absorbed by 80% in the first couple of years. We will discuss that in a couple of years then. We need to mobilize all who can contribute to achieving these goals. Mr. Papasteriou? Well, in the framework of Recovery Fund, I have already submitted on behalf of the municipalities 13 proposals in order to protect the environment and focus on civil protection. We need to set goals for each city separately for clean energy and find ways how to decrease energy consumption, introduce new technologies, etc. We need to create networks, to create, in other words, the infrastructure necessary to allow people to see the difference. And civil protection is also something that we need to look into in order to protect our cities and make them more resilient. Costas? Well, we have a problem here. It has 4 figures. 4412. It's the law 4412 of 1996. Okay, we might have planned everything, discussed everything, etc. And I think that my fellow mayors have done that well, but the law of public procurement means that in the best case scenario, if we don't have any court decisions pending, etc., from the tender process to the final decision, it takes around 11 months. So we need to find a way to accelerate things. If we don't find a way to find a solution with this law, we won't be able to do anything. We will be discussing that in a couple of years. Okay, we will find a solution. Thank you very much. I enjoyed our discussion. Hopefully you enjoyed it as well. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Spyros Kouvelis. I'm the director of the Institute for Sustainable Development of the European Public Law Organization, and it's my great honor and pleasure to be moderating this session on ESG finance, which I'll explain what the acronym means, and whether we are ready or not in this region and in this country. Today we will have a very interesting discussion. I'm already a little bit sorry that we start with a bit of delay, but we'll try to prolong our session so we have enough time for this discussion. And we have three really excellent speakers with us. The first one is no less than the Deputy Secretary General of the OECD, based in Paris, Mr. Masamichi Kono, a very experienced economist, already from his time of service in his own country, Japan. The second speaker is Mr. Max Gottschalk, a person who has been involved with finance and investment since 1998. The first fund that he had established at the time, Gotex Fund, has reached the market valuation of 2.2 billion. And since that time, Max has shifted very much to impact funding, impact finance, and impact investment. And he's currently, besides being the co-founder of the Ocean 14 Capital, he's also teaching at the University of Virginia, and he teaches global impact investing. And the third one I have the pleasure to have here with me on the panel is Mr. Nikitas Pittis. Mr. Nikitas Pittis is Chief Economist of the Asset-Wise Capital Management in Greece, and also he is a professor of economics at the University of Piraeus, and he will be discussing with me the important information that we'll hear from our speakers. As a matter of introduction, the acronym ESG refers to environmental, social, and governance investments, so investments that take into account the needs of both environment, society, and humans, but also proper governance for the institutions. And it has been growing very steadily over the last 10, but even more 5 years, counting now to trillions practically around the world. And still, we believe that there is a need to make this a more efficient way and a more efficient tool to gauge the impact of investment around the world. Now, if it is of any interest, we should note that over the last 2 weeks there have been some very interesting developments into this ESG investment. The first one is that just last week, we had two very important publications being published. The one was by the World Economic Forum in collaboration with the Big Four, the four biggest consulting companies in the world, that have proposed the ways to move towards common metrics and consistent reporting for sustainable value creation. So for ESG kind of normalization, so that everybody has standards for that. The second publication, last week as well, is by the United Nations Global Compact, and it is the CFO Principles on Integrated SDG Investments in Finance. So also the GC is looking at ESG. Also the European Union Commission appointed yesterday, actually, the members of the Platform on Sustainable Finance. So everybody is moving in this direction. And most importantly, we have also the publication just 3 days ago by the OECD on Sustainable and Resilient Finance. And it is no accident, I suppose, that we have the Deputy Secretary General of the OECD with us, who will be able to talk about this publication and the way that OECD sees the rise of ESG. So without taking any more time from my part, I would like to invite Mr. Masamichi Kono, the Deputy Secretary General of the OECD, to take the floor. Kono-san, please take the floor.
Thank you, Spyros. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, yes, thank you. My great pleasure and honor to be here today. Thank you for your kind introduction. And thank you so much for this opportunity to speak today. Well, for me, the timing of this discussion cannot be better because on Tuesday, as you mentioned, the OECD launched its annual flagship publication on finance, which is the 2020 Business and Finance Outlook. Now, I wonder whether I can perhaps share the screen and show you what it looks like. We chose this topic more than a year ago, but it has really become so relevant. And as you mentioned in your introduction, Spyros, this is really gaining traction. And of course, everyone is now talking about it. And so it's more timely than ever. And of course, I would like to certainly congratulate the organizers of this conference because, of course, this is a very challenging time. And despite all the difficulties, you managed to certainly hold this sustainability summit. And so really a great congratulations for you. Now, well, we are suffering a deep health and economic crisis of a magnitude that we've never really seen before. And global output dropped sharply in the first half of 2020 as the pandemic took hold. And despite a partial recovery in the second half, we expect global GDP to decline by 4.5% this year. This is the latest economic outlook by the OECD. And it is forecast to recover by something like 5% next year, but it will be a very deep recession in most countries. And this sudden shock has highlighted really the gaps in resilience and sustainable practices across our economies, including in our health systems, in our global value chains, and of course in financial markets. And as we work on the recovery, it is clear that we have an opportunity and a duty to build back better. And this recovery should really recognize that we can and we must tackle both the short-term urgency of the pandemic as well as the pressing longer-term global challenges such as environmental and social issues. And in short, it has to be a green, resilient, and inclusive recovery. Now, governments are starting to mobilize resources in support of a green, resilient, and inclusive recovery that I mentioned, often on an impressive scale in terms of the money involved. But finance must play a critical role in making it happen. It's so obvious that as large flows of private capital will need to be directed to new sectors and activities in the face of the current economic realities, again, both in response to the short-term pandemic, as well as to cope with long-term risks such as climate change. The good news in this respect is that finance is increasingly able to play that role, and the ESG investing has grown considerably in recent years with a proliferation of ways to measure and assess asset performance against a variety of metrics. Institutional investors with over $30 trillion of assets under management have pledged to use some form of ESG investing for long-term value and better align their portfolios with environmental and social values. And also, due to the mainstreaming of ESG in products, ESG funds have received over $1 trillion of inflows. So this is a promising development to help achieve our goals for the pandemic recovery and beyond. And in Europe, just to go on with a few more figures, ESG integration represented around $5 trillion in assets under management in 2018, or 28% of global ESG integration assets under management. But despite this, ESG investing still remains limited in Southeast European markets with let's say, nascent but growing interest for the strategy. And there are some better prospects in the Mediterranean region. And of course, many people in the audience would know better than me on what is exactly happening here. Behind those developments, there has been growing pressure for stakeholders for greater consideration of sustainability. And firms and regulators have become increasingly aware that factors like climate change represent material, non-financial risks over the longer term, which translate into financial risks. And there has been a push to give such risks greater consideration. This is helping to raise the horizon for corporate strategies beyond the next quarterly earnings report. But the OECD's report, this one that you're seeing, asks a critical question that despite this progress, are actors in financial markets, that is institutional investors, boards of firms, household savers, lenders, or infrastructure financiers, able to obtain the information they need to properly consider material ESG factors into investment decisions? And the answer we have in this report is that unfortunately that is not often the case. Despite the proliferation of ESG data and tools, ESG performance is still difficult to compare between companies, projects, and financial products. And end users are still seeing a set of fragmented and inconsistent views of ESG which not serve their needs. In particular, the relationship between ESG and environmental materiality is often dubious and needs to be addressed in order to improve alignment with low carbon economies. And such conditions can make it difficult for the private sector to orient capital towards the longer term and support greater sustainability and resilience. And if we don't address this issue, these factors risk undermining market integrity and trust in sustainability-driven investments when they're so critically needed now to help with a resilient green recovery. This OECD report puts forward priorities to drive better ESG outcomes and greater efficiency in financial markets. Actually, I'm not showing some slides that lay down those priorities. Maybe I can share this with you later for your reference. First, policymakers can encourage greater relevance and clarity in reporting frameworks for ESG disclosures. And you heard from the introduction that some movement has already been occurring amongst the stakeholders. Second, they can come together, that policymakers can come together to form a common set of principles and guidelines for consistent, comparable, and verifiable ESG data. So there is certainly room for regulatory reform in this respect. They should really work together toward a global framework because financial markets are inherently global and must closely engage the industry in these efforts. And by the way, again, in the introduction, there was a mention of the European Commission's new international platform on sustainable finance. And actually, the OECD is an observer in that platform to our honor and pleasure. Third, governments and central banks can incorporate better ESG practices and ESG disclosures into their own practices. For example, as owners of enterprises and assets, as customers of financial services, and investors in infrastructure. So governments can really lead by example. And finally, policymakers can and should build on existing international instruments as the foundation of future reform. That is, there is no need to reinvent the wheel because for example, if I take the example of OECD standards and guidance in areas such as corporate governance and responsible business conduct, there are already elements of ESG firmly embedded in those standards and guidance. These instruments address responsible business conduct in supply chains and provide guidance on due diligence for institutional investors and lenders, for example. So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, we cannot expect finance to deliver better environmental, social, or governance outcomes if investors do not have the tools and data to properly price related direct invest accordingly, and governments and market participants need to make ESG practices fairer, more transparent, more efficient, and again, I repeat, lead by example. And the OECD looks forward to working with you and with policymakers to achieve this. And please call on us whenever we can support your efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kono-san. I think that the analysis that you just presented is very pertinent, and I'm really, really happy that one of the first global presentations of this work by OECD is happening with the 4th Sustainability Summit that is taking place in Athens. And definitely we'll follow on what you said, that we want to discuss with the OECD further about specifically all those points and with a view to this region of the world where we try to work. But now allow me to go from Paris to London and to move from a global organization on economy and development to the actual market, to the investors, as Mr. Masamichi Kono mentioned. Max, thank you for being with us. And please let us know what is your take on ESG and how this affects today's landscape for investment. And welcome.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I think this was a very great introduction from Kono-san. So let me just maybe just reflect on that a little bit. I think that we are currently seeing an increased sort of level of interest for ESG investments around the globe, right? So we're seeing assets, moving into sustainable programs and investments at large scale. And I would agree that today there's still some confusion as to how to best report on ESG factors. I think there's been a number of methodologies and a number of work, and I think clearly a lot of work is being done in terms of trying to really sort of capturing the E, the S, and the G in the various publicly listed companies. The role and the work I do is a little bit just beyond ESG. Obviously, it's core to what we do, but we're an impact firm, so we're very much driven by the output. And what we're doing is really trying to play the convergence of both financial gain and environmental gain. Very often people have seen that in order to make money, you would need to destroy the environment, but I think things are changing. And I think it's very much possible to both deliver strong return to financial investors while at the same time do good. So I'm going to share with you a couple of slides, and I think all of this is actually very relevant currently. So just to give you a sense is what we're trying to solve for in certain ways, that there's a lot of money out there seeking investments into ESG programs. There's a lot of money out there seeking investments in what we call impact investment vehicles. But today there are limited products out there. And so the work I've been doing is really around trying to see whether we can create investment vehicles that can attract large sums of capital to invest towards initiatives and companies that ultimately will generate some environmental gain. So that's sort of really what Ocean 14 is about. We've been, we want to capture high capital return, improve ocean health, ensure sustainable food sources, and provide scalable climate change mitigation tools. Right? We will do this by investing in new technology and by optimizing industries which are responding to changing consumer behavior, value chain pressure, and technological advances. So in terms of the way we sort of thought about doing this is really about trying to work with three elements, so to speak, right? You've got the finance world, you've got the industry. In particular, we work with a group called Puntos Aqua with 25 years of experience in the oceans, and then also together with Blue Marine Foundation. So what we're really trying to do in the vehicles we're managing is really trying to bring both finance, industry knowledge, and impact knowledge together. So that's very critical in our mind to everything we do. We can't invest in a company or in a business without having both deep industry knowledge, understanding how industries are working, but then also understanding call it the ESG footprint of the businesses in which we invest in. And so that's the reason we teamed up with one of the leading marine foundations out there. So that's in the way in which we're trying to unlock value in the businesses in which we invest in. To give you a quick sense, I think we all know the importance of our oceans. The oceans today creates 50% of the atmosphere, of the oxygen we breathe. It captures a lot of the carbon. It absorbs a lot of the heat. It feeds about a third of the planet today. It's a huge business activity with $2.5 trillion of business activity each year, and it employs over 200 million people. So a healthy ocean is a healthy planet. And as we know today, we are overfishing, we are destroying our oceans by polluting it. And so something needs to be done about it. The oceans provides food security to us, meaning we need it to feed ourselves. And then also it's a job creator. When you think of Europe alone, I think in Europe in particular, in the Med, we think it has about 500,000 people are employed in the fishing industry today, for example. And obviously it feeds the need of the European population and beyond. So it's a very important industry, not only for fishing, but also for shipping and also tourism. Right? We all know, and we've all been in the Med, and I think we've all seen over the years how we sort of like overfished and destroyed some of the, the environment in which we're in. So we all swim in this beautiful Med, but we don't really see the benefits. So that's sort of the way we've been sort of thinking about it. What we've done is we've taken, and I'm trying to bring sort of this ESG and sustainability and impact angle into it, into the conversation here, is that we've taken sort of the UN SDG 14 as sort of the overarching objectives in which we are sort of aiming to go after and achieve, and then we've broken them down in two key segments: food security, which is sustainable use of oceans, and protect and restore ecosystems. So that would be marine flora, seaweed, and circular economy and plastics. So we've done a huge amount of work. We've looked at companies, we're sitting down with companies, we're identifying sort of their impact or their environmental footprint. And what we're doing is really sort of working with the businesses directly and trying to what we call create, we call this impact action plan. So we're working with the underlying businesses in trying to make them better, in trying to make them more sustainable, in having, good, social, practices in the way they treat their employees and so forth. So there's a huge amount of work we do working directly with the underlying businesses and identifying their impact and working with them in trying to make their impact better. So we're very driven by the impact metrics that we work towards. So we're not only looking at financial gains, we're also looking at environmental gains in each of the investments we do. What's very important is that when we work with the companies, we look at capturing the data. So the data capture and the work we do, in our view, is extremely relevant in providing the level of transparency for our stakeholders and investors. I think people today are very keen to know, in particular in ESG investments, what is the actual output? A lot of the reporting I've seen is very qualitative, meaning, rather than quantitative. And so the approach we're taking is really trying to see if we can make this analysis quantitative. We want to be able to measure the actual impact in the quantum, so in even like we call it delta. So looking at our dollar invested in a particular business, what is the environmental impact it has, positive or negative? Obviously positive for us is our objective, but then trying to capture that delta, the actual change in which we are actually creating value. And so the reason that is so important to us in our mind is that today there's a huge movement towards valuing nature. We all know we are sort of pouring CO2 in the atmosphere. It's not costing us anything. We are using water and our natural resources without truly valuing them. Therefore, what we're trying to do with our investments is we're trying to capture that nature in quantum so that over time we may be able to value it. And so for an investment and for ESG investments, in our opinion, to work and to attract more capital, obviously that level of transparency is very key. The measurements are very important. The audit of it will be very relevant, and the reporting will be key. And so if you can actually audit it, in our view, there's a lot of optionality in investing in green projects that are currently not being priced in. And so that's sort of the work we're doing from the call it financial engineering standpoint, to see whether we can apply some of the tools that have been used in finance into a more ESG or a more environmental sort of driven investment program. So we're very excited. I think it's still early days. We think that there's a lot of work to be done. I think there's a lot of work done by governments in trying to introduce standards in reporting. And we're also working with some of them, and we're very keen to see whether we can unlock the value that's created from the environmental gains driven by the investment we make, to be able to give it back to our investors. And in conclusion, what's very exciting for this is that we need these sort of procedures in place. We need that level of transparency for the investors. But we believe if we do a good job as investors, then we will attract more capital. More capital will drive more environmental and social and governance gains for the companies in which we invest in towards achieving sort of our long-term objective of climate change and food security and so forth. So sorry, maybe that was a bit long, but I hope you followed me in this conversation. That's very exciting.
Thank you very much, Max. I think it was very useful and very interesting to see how the actual market and the investment sector is taking up this, and also the problems that you're facing, and how this could become better and stronger through developing the appropriate tools. With all this information that has been shared with us by both you and Michikono, I would like now to turn to our commentator, Nikita Spitis. Nikita, would you like to give us your take on this and your analysis?
Of course.
You have to turn on your mic.
English.
As you like.
Πρώτα απ' όλα ευχαριστώ που συμμετέχω σε αυτό το εξαιρετικό πάνελ. Το δικό μου το comment.
Now, my comment is the following. Is the current economic conjuncture something that might accelerate or decelerate this transition to green economy, to green growth and green economy? In order to give an answer to that, we have first to map the current state of affairs of global economy. So my first point on that would be the following. The current landscape is as follows. We have had two major crises, and there have been a reaction by financial markets and regulators on them. The first one was the major financial crisis of 2009. It started in the US and then was disseminated and spread out in the world, and then the pandemic. The first time window is end 2019, just before Corona broke, and let's see how macroeconomic figures were back then. The general point is that in late 2019, global economy was characterized by a number of intense imbalances, both in real economy and in the financial markets. In particular, 6 points. Point 1, as offer of money by all Western central banks, the Fed, ECB, Bank of Japan, Bank of England. All these banks, after the 2009 crisis, started their own QE programs. So the supply of money increased dramatically in the past 10 years at a rate unprecedented in the post-war period. So, point 2, despite this increase of in the supply of money, the total demand in economy was very, very low. This was called secular stagnation. One of the reasons why total demand was so low was the really weak private investments on real economy. Point 3, inflation was inexistent. Real, actual and nominal interest rates, both on corporate and government bonds, were at a record low. And currently, as we speak, the yield of government bonds in Europe are almost everywhere at have a negative area. They're negative. And the next point of imbalance, the next feature, actually, next characteristic, was that the stock prices and assets and other risky assets like corporate bonds, regardless of the rating, were at a record high. Next point, corporate and sovereign debt have reached at non-sustainable levels for many. And the last point, the wealth and income inequality has reached its peak since the last 50 years. So the conclusion, our first conclusion after mapping the situation, was that we had the financial assets with a very positive behavior in the past decades, and on the other hand, we have had real assets, projects in the real economy going really bad. This means that investors during the last decade had risk appetite, which means they invested on bonds and share and stocks, but they were not linked to take on the financial risk of investing in the real economy. This meant that in order for them to invest on bonds, in bonds and stocks, they wanted a very low risk. In order for them to invest in real economy, they wanted a really high risk. Why investing in financial assets was accompanied by a low risk premium was also linked to a great extent with the policies by central banks. Central banks, although they started their QE programs as a temporary tool, they were quick to understand that they couldn't live without them. National economies would not grow, so they went on with the QE programs. And the problem is that now the last bulk of this money didn't go to real economy, but to the money market and the share market. So the investors understood that their governments were their partners, their allies in this volatility repression in the financial markets. So as a result, they kept on asking for lower risk premiums in order to take part in these markets. Okay. So, in essence, let me close with the following. What has to be done is to align financial incentives with environmental ones. So the reluctance of investors to invest in real economy had to do with the fact that they could identify no opportunities for great yields, which was something obvious when investing in stocks. In order for this to happen, we have to have conferences like this ones where the academics communicate with the business world and let them know that these green projects come hand in hand with potential good yields. Last point, before I close, is what happens at the policy front. Especially after the COVID era, there are two ideas. We will have a circular reaction to the crisis and the structural one. Circular reaction to this crisis means A, we build economy and then we talk about green growth. First, we make sure that our economy is back on track with a good footing, and then we try to increase the green development share. And the second theory is I turn green economy as a vehicle to achieve the overall growth in economy. So for some, this COVID crisis is an opportunity to invest a new creative distraction, which means finance those companies, those green companies, and leave the ones who have no such a priority out of the funding. Okay, this includes certain risks, but this is the current state of affairs.
About technical issues, about political issues, both of them, they refer to a number of shortcomings regarding the readiness of the system to deal with that. Unfortunately, I'm being told by the organizers that we're running out of time, but what I want to say is that we will follow up on this discussion through the Institute for Sustainable Development, because one question that was put to me by the leader of the ESG Director General of one of the biggest Greek companies is, ESG, is it here to stay? And that into the context also of politics, because, for example, we have elections in a while in the United States where the two candidates have totally opposing views on whether it should be here to stay or not. Unfortunately, I do not have the time to give you the floor for this, but I promise that we'll get back to this discussion very soon through a separate organization. I just want to thank you very much for your presence with us today, and we'll follow it up as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's move straight on with the next session of the conference today. We are now going to move on to the topic of the loss of biodiversity and the impact that that has on the spread of pathogens and the spread of epidemics. Extremely timely topic, and it links together in a very important way the events that we're experiencing at the moment with the pandemic. And, excuse me, everything's fine. I haven't been near the American president. I'm in great shape. It links together the experience that we're having with the epidemic at the moment, and also the central theme of our conference, which is sustainability. Simply put, the more biodiverse the environment, the harder for pathogens to dominate any individual species and to spread. The best vaccine in the long term, it's been said, is a healthy, biodiverse environment, and more broadly, nature provides us with many of our medical remedies. So less nature means less human health. I want to jump straight in and introduce our speaker. I'm very pleased to have such a high caliber speaker for this topic. Hans Otto Portner is the senior scientist and section head at the Alfred Wegener Institute for Polar and Marine Research in Germany. Hans Otto, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Thanks a lot.
Can I pass over to you for your introductory thoughts on this theme, please?
Thank you very much. Yeah, before I want to share some slides, I would like to emphasize how much we are actually currently in a phase where humankind is changing the planet to an extent that almost everything that's happening on the planet in the natural systems is influenced by humans. And we talk in due course, we talk about the Anthropocene, and the Anthropocene being characterized by changing in climate, by changing ecosystems, by losses of biodiversity, and we are struggling for reaching sustainability at all of these fronts. And this is what I will be touching upon in my brief intervention. So if we are ready to do, I would be happy to share my slides now. Is that okay, Alistair?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. So you have given me, can you hear me and see the slides okay?
We can hear you and we can see the slides perfectly. Thank you.
Excellent. You have been giving me the title, How Does the Loss of Biodiversity Prevent Epidemics from being under control? And I would like to turn this around and actually say, and look positively into the future. How can nature-based solutions reduce the risk of future pandemics? Because COVID-19 is certainly the most pervasive pandemic we've recently had, but it's not the first one. And it's something we have to ask, what can we do about this in the future? This involves the question, what kind of role does climate change actually play in this context? What kind of role do human interventions in general in the natural systems play in this context? I'm currently serving as a co-chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in Working Group 2. And COVID-19 certainly has stimulated us to look into this, and we will be including these aspects in our next assessment report. And we have already built 3 special reports during this assessment cycle. We have discussed global warming of 1.5, we have looked at climate change and land, and we have looked at climate change and the ocean and the cryosphere. And all of these were finished before COVID-19 came into play. And now with COVID-19 being present, we can include these aspects in our main reports because there's a huge amount of scientific literature that is currently and information that is currently being generated. So if we start from the climate change point of view with respect to what climate change actually means for natural ecosystems and means for us, then we can clearly say our assessments so far fully support the Paris Agreement, which is one of the most important agreements reached in recent years concerning the sustainability goals. We did some, and this is, I only have this slide to really illustrate this. This is indicating how we approach the issues of impacts. We are doing a risk assessment, and we are doing the risk assessment qualitatively in order to be able to compare risks in different sectors. We are using a color code in so-called burning ember diagrams to depict these risk transitions. So if you look at the bottom left, you see such a schematic where risk goes from undetectable white to moderate yellow to high red, and then to purple very high. And these transitions are depicted here for systems that are important in the terrestrial realm where actually COVID-19 has been generated and has been impacting humankind. And you see two lines in red here, and you see the temperatures, global mean temperatures of 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees being emphasized because that is what we have been doing. We have been comparing these two temperatures in order to get an idea whether it actually is and to what extent it is beneficial to keep to the more ambitious side of the Paris Agreement that wants to stay well below 2 degrees, if not 1.5 degrees. And you see that we go from dryland water scarcity, soil erosion, vegetation loss, wildfire damage, permafrost degradation, and then tropical crop yield and food supply instabilities in general. And you see for all of these, the respective risk levels here indicating that there are human influences on these anyway, but then climate on top of that exacerbates the situation. We have water shortages with a risk threshold at about 2 degrees. We have soil erosion with a risk threshold again a little bit above 2 degrees from moderate to high. We have vegetation loss with a risk threshold at about 2 degrees. But then with the wildfire damage, and we actually see that currently, we have a risk thresholds already at 1.5, and the gray bar below shows us where we are currently or have just been placed in the climate system between 2006 and 2015, and we are approaching the high risk threshold at 1.5 there. The same for permafrost degradation, the system that has a tipping point on top of being high risk currently, a tipping point of releasing greenhouse gases and challenging our climate system even more to the extent that we may actually lose control. Currently, we would have control if we do ambitious mitigation, but if we don't respect the tipping points in those systems, we may actually lose control, and it may run out and away, and we may not be able to keep global temperature under control then. So we really have to observe these risk thresholds. And the last one to talk about is a crop yield decline, where risk thresholds are again touched shortly beyond 1.5, and they have already are already in the high risk area with respect to food supply instabilities. So climate change poses human food security at stake. And then also, and we shouldn't forget that, there is a direct feedback of climate on human life and human performance in different climates. And this is an aspect that is often ignored, that we are seeing climate extremes developing in places where we haven't seen them before, and they are directly impacting humans. They're actually causing increased mortality, and you see the risk for that developing from yellow currently to the transition to red between 1.5 and 2. So human life directly is at stake. And that is why it is so important to keep to 1.5. And you see in the yellow area on this temperature curve here and how temperature has been rising over the years, starting here in the 50s, up to close and above 1 so far. And we are headed towards 1.5, starting in the time window after 2030. And the important thing is to minimize risk and impact, and you will be able to immediately, intuitively transfer this information from the previous slide to keep temperature under control at 1.5. Not only that, but also through ambitious mitigation and adaptation, avoid overshoot, meaning not allowing temperature to surpass 1.5 and then come back later because that takes decades. That doesn't eliminate the risk and would bring us into the high risk area as well. So now let's move towards the COVID-19. What are we learning from this pandemic? Well, first of all, we have to consider in ecosystems, climate velocity is causing species displacement. And you see how here in the last century and early in this century, temperature has been developing and has been causing displacement by a certain velocity in the different areas of the world. And then we have to consider that actually there are diseases, we call it, and they come from zoonotic host species that are to be found in all climate zones. And here you see the study sites, and I'm referring to a recent study that we will be discussing in our assessment report, where you see such findings being depicted. There are zoonoses present. Now, what does human influence really mean for these zoonoses? It means actually, historically, a passing of diseases from animals to humans. I mean, Ebola to be mentioned, AIDS to be mentioned, SARS to be mentioned, and now COVID-19 for different animals being hosts. And then human activities are important in this context. Exploitation of wildlife, loss of wildlife habitat quality are important. And most importantly, because we are changing our environment so much, we are penetrating the last bits of nature. And these known wildlife hosts, actually in those modified environments, they comprise a greater proportion of local species richness. So by human interference, we are actually increasing the risk of being exposed to these pathogens overall and also to parasites. And the sites under substantial human use, secondary uses, agricultural uses, and including urban ecosystems are actually those places where we are at higher. When you consider that climate change is actually causing a shift in species distribution and a mixing of ecosystems, that it is very likely that climate change will exacerbate the risks associated with pandemics. So there are complex interactions between climate conservation, development, and future pandemics that need to be explored, and we will explore the current state of knowledge in our assessment report. But there's one solution already that is emerging from the discussions in the IPBES, which is our sister panel, the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, and in the IPCC, that land and ocean management for conservation, restoration, and sustainability, calling to set aside more than 30% of each of those, land and ocean, combined with ambitious mitigation. They would support biodiversity conservation, they would ensure and support food security for humankind, and they would also benefit climate mitigation to enhance carbon storage in natural systems. And on top of that, and that is very recent insight coming from the literature, it would also help avoiding future pandemics. COVID-19 is already there. We can only adapt and try and compensate. But what we need to be doing is minimize the risk of future pandemics by those measures. And a general insight from our assessment report so far is that 1.5 degrees facilitates sustainable development goals, and the climate goal is one of them, and a very important one, including the life below water and the life on land. And we've heard about this already in the last intervention, the last session. There are multiple synergies between mitigation and adaptation technologies, but a key question at this time and point in time is whether international and national policy are willing or able to fully implement the Paris Agreement. That is where currently the bottleneck is, and we as citizens should all be questioning our policymakers whether they do enough for a stable climate and also for protecting nature and biodiversity. Last not least, with the goal to minimize the risk of future pandemics. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Hans Otto. That was very clear and very interesting. An awful lot going on those slides, but some very clear conclusions from the graphics. I was particularly struck by the risk levels that you anticipate for permafrost degradation and food supply instabilities, which appear to be areas of particular concern. I wonder if you just spell out for me in a little more detail what you mean precisely by food supply instabilities. Among those various risk factors, that's the one that's least clear to me from the name. What are we actually talking about here in food supply instabilities? It sounds like quite a broad phrase.
It is a very, that's a good question. It is a very broad phrase, and it contains all the elements that are important, from growing the food to storing it, to packaging it, to bringing it to the customer. It can be from one part of the country to another part, or from one part of the world to another part. So all it includes essentially the performance of the crops. It includes also the performance of humans who have to bring it to the consumer, and there are many elements of impacts of interference where climate change can play a role, from the temperature impact of the extreme temperature on crop growing. We know already that the productivity of many crops in many places of the planet are affected by the rising temperature, to direct impacts on the performance of the farmers, who under extreme heat conditions cannot go out, actually do what they need to be doing on the fields, to water shortages and so forth. So productivity, transport chain, the whole supply chain is included here.
Excellent, thanks. Again, just for the sake of clarity, I know that it's inevitable that in the circumstances we find ourselves in, we draw this explicit link between COVID-19 and the topic of the day, biodiversity and the impact it can have on the spread of pandemics. I did just want to check in with you very briefly on what you think about the precise link between the biodiversity question and this particular pandemic of COVID-19. Do you think COVID-19 has emerged in part or fully because of human impact on biodiversity?
Well, it is difficult to really nail it down to one individual event, which it likely was a transfer of a virus from a bat to a human. And it had to do with what I mentioned, with the penetration of natural systems, humans getting too close to wildlife, trying to do some economic, if you could call that economic activities in an area that was previously pristine, and being exposed to this virus and getting infected. And I think extrapolating from this these kind of risky encounters, can happen, and these surprises can happen the more and more this happens as humans penetrate the last bits of nature in their countries, and it happens usually at, or has happened usually at the lower latitudes where there is high biodiversity. So the disturbance of nature and biodiversity, which is a large topic of our times, is part of this, but the key event clearly is the encounter between the humans and the hosts that have not seen each other before, and the transfer of disease from the host to the human.
Excellent. Thank you for that response. We have time for one final brief question, and I've saved this one till last because I suspect it's going to irritate you, and so I didn't want to do that too early. We've been privileged in this conference to hear from a lot of people with a great amount of expertise on the sustainability debate, but we've also been privileged to be joined by politicians, active politicians, the people responsible for enacting the policies that are being asked of them. Do you acknowledge any a different side to this debate? First of all, the political difficulty of persuading populations set in their ways to accept measures that those same populations would see as forcing them to make a sacrifice. You know, politicians are in a genuinely difficult position here to get these things across. So do you acknowledge that? And also, do the calculations that you make net out potential benefits, opportunities that may arise from some of the changes that are taking place in our natural world? And I use, for example, the degradation of permafrost, which is we've been treated to visual images recently of this in Siberia, and it's physically an ugly process. But potentially it opens up sea routes that could ease global trade. There has to be considered, surely, that there is a positive there, a potential positive. So do your calculations net those positives out?
No, and that's a challenging question, but it's an important question to ask. And no, we are not netting those out. We are talking about the benefits of climate change in certain areas. There are countries like Russia that claim that there is a positive impact of climate change on their economy and places, but they pay a high price on other sides, as you've seen from the recent wildfires in Siberia and the tremendous heat extremes. And the same is true for disturbance and development of natural systems, which is disturbing the climate equilibrium of the planet. And I think what we need to consider is humankind has evolved over the last, and human civilization has evolved in the stable climate of the last 6,000 to 8,000 years. We are currently kicking the climate outside of the temperature range of the Holocene. And that is a very risky activity. We will lose the background of achieving sustainability in many, many different sectors, starting from nature, but also human health and so forth. So if you take the full integrated picture, the individual benefits that are still be seen, like the opening of the Arctic sea route, they lose their advantage. They are being overcompensated by negative impacts in other places. We have colonized the planet. We have colonized as a species all different corners of the planet. We have also done this, and we have hugely increased our population, and we have again benefited from a stable climate of the last 6,000 to 8,000 years, during which time we've been doing that. We are playing a highly risky game of abandoning this, because we are abandoning the temperature corridor, which has been reflecting a stable situation for our planet. And we are well advised to do our best to limit this process, because we will see damages on many fronts that go much beyond of the cost that we would face in the short term to develop a sustainable future. So these trade-offs are there. I understand also for policymakers there are short-term constraints and benefits, but and I also understand that it is difficult for and in the human sort of mind to really plan for the long term, but we are influencing our global system to an extent that we have to keep the long-term horizon in mind. We will, if we go for the short-term benefits and stabilities without protecting and going for sustainability also in the climate system, then we will lose these short-term benefits and securities, because the climate impacts will be so strong that we cannot keep them up. So I think in all of bringing all of these different aspects, and it's a very complex consideration together, and the decisions over the last years have been very good ones. I think the implementation is a challenge for policymakers to do them. That's where the bottleneck is, but there is no alternative. That's how I look at it.
Super. Thank you so much, Hans Otto Portner from the Alfred Wegener Institute. That was a really useful and very frank intervention. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be part of this.
So we'll move on straight away to our next session, which on the face of it couldn't be in greater contrast to what we've just discussed. We're now going to talk about the fashion industry and the efforts that some are making within that industry to enhance, to protect, to save biodiversity. When we think of fashion, we think of the fashion industry, we certainly don't associate it with necessarily an overwhelming social conscience. We don't associate the practices of the fashion industry with sustainability, but we do associate it with an extremely prominent, extremely loud and influential voice on the world scene. So it seems that there is a trick here that's being badly missed. I'm really pleased that we're being joined by two excellent speakers, people with a deep, profound knowledge of this sector and with fascinating thoughts on what needs to be done in order to bring the fashion sector closer into alignment with the aims of those supporting and advocating for sustainability. First, I have Mirto, who has the extraordinary title of origami instructor. Welcome to the fold. Thank you. We have, actually, she's also the holder of 2 Guinness World Records and the designer of paper clothes and accessories. We're sort of hoping the sprinklers aren't going to go off at some point. That would be a disaster. We also have Pavlina Protiu, who's the founder and CEO of Beyond CSR in the UK. You're both very welcome. It's great to have you here. I'm going to pass across first to Mirto to give us some opening thoughts on the issue.
Okay, hello, and I would like to explain what origami is. Origami is a Japanese art of folding paper. Its name derives from the word oro, that means to fold, and kami, that means paper. So traditional origami consists of folding a single piece of paper, like the images that you can see in front of you, and without cutting, gluing, or taping it. But what can be the connection between fashion and this traditional art, and even design, and even more with sustainability and ecology? So origami has influenced the world of fashion, as many designers are creating collections using pleats and folds. The outcome is really impressive, as you can see, because we can use paper not only in advertise and window displays, but also as paper clothes. So magazines and newspapers are the new material in order to create, and also it's really important using reusable paper. So not only creating with paper, but using reusable paper. And we can use also origami in fabric. So we have creations that with folds and pleats that we can actually wear, and in everyday garments that we can use in our closet. So the fashion industry is deemed to be one of the most polluting industries in the world. And this is quite, we can't even imagine how much the pollution of fashion industry costs. The production of textile fibers and the distribution of all the final products, actually the impact of this contributes to 10% of the global carbon footprint and around 20% of global wastewater. The most of the fashion production on the market is created by cotton and polyester. Cotton may be a natural textile fiber, but needs large water resources for plant growth and a disproportionate amount of the use of pesticides. So, for the growing of cotton accounts for 22.5% of all insecticides used globally, and a production of a single t-shirt requires about 2,700 liters of water just for a single t-shirt. Polyester, on the other hand, is a synthetic textile fiber that has far exceeded the use of natural fabrics. Several synthetic fabrics are derived from petroleum, and their production is very harmful for the environment. So the real question should be what origami can do for that, not only as a source of inspiration and creation, but also as a way out of this and in order to help energy conservation and also minimize the consumerism and pollution of our planet. And here is the solution. We can unfold three different solutions, actually. The first of all is create paper dresses, but the subtle beauty of origami arises from mathematical and geometrical forms. So origami has two different forms that we can explore and use. Each pattern has a flat form and a diploid form. Transformation between these two is possible with folds in the paper and can be applied to other materials such as fabric. And do you know what creates the greatest environmental impact on the planet from the fashion industry? It's not the textiles, it's not the coloring of the textiles, but actually it's the transportation between the fibers and the final product. And the transportation, it's about 22% of the environmental impact of the fashion on the planet. So the next years, it's going to be an escalation in online shopping. And that's a real problem because when the consumer buys from the internet, it usually orders more sizes than in order to do in a store. And it sends them back. So the real need is quick deliveries and smooth processes for all this transportation. And it's a critical challenge for the origami, for the fashion industry. So origami can be used in a way that allows transformation from a functional form to a diploid and 3D form, ideal for minimizing storage space and shipping cost, not only in paper clothes, but also in fabric clothes. And this is one more aspect to unfold with origami. How can we create garments that we can wear for a longer period of time? Because nowadays, the world consumes about 80 billion new pieces of garment every year, and that is about 400% more of what we consumed just 2 decades ago. So what we can do in order to create something that we can wear for a much longer period of time? And we have an example here. Ryan Mario Yassin, who is a trained aeronautical engineer, created Petit Pli after his experience with his newborn baby nephew, when he realized that the children grow way too fast and their garments can't. So the first 2 years of the life of a child grows about 6 or 7 sizes. So he decided to design, using origami methods, garments that can grow up to 7 sizes. So a child can actually wear it from the age of 9 months till 4 years old to wear the same garment. So it's one petite pli garment and one origami garment instead of 7. And actually, he used recycled fabrics and a monofiber construction that allow them to be easily recycled at the end of their use. So I think that from now on, you will never see a piece of paper with the same eyes. It's unfolding many, many possibilities with just a piece of paper.
Indeed. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. That is impressive, I think.
Yeah, thank you. It's the idea of how we can combine things from different aspects, like origami is a traditional art, but how we can make that possible and usable in everyday life and even more protect the environment and create something out of it.
Right. Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think I'll hand on to Pavlina. I see you've been busy.
Yes, with my little origami gift that Mirto made just before we entered the room. And actually it's quintessential of what sustainability should be all about. We're talking biodiversity, there is a bird. We're talking creativity. We're talking, as I said, that this is about health and prosperity. This is what we also have to safeguard through sustainable strategies that unfortunately are not sustainable strategy. It's still part of a strategy, a wider strategy, rather than being the only strategy. Mm-hmm. And on that, to connect all these 4 pillars of sustainable development, like environment, culture, society, and economy. And this little bird has it all. And origami actually comes as I was astonished by the discussion we had before on unfolding the possibilities of origami as a way of thinking that is so focused, that is a kind of a design thinking on its own terms in order to be more efficient into the implementing sustainable development policies and strategies. As Mirto very well said, that fashion is the 3rd most polluting and energy consuming industry. We see fashion as a piece of dress, but
can I just jump in for a second? So when we talk about the 3rd most polluting industry, when we talk about fashion in that context, we're talking about the apparel industry.
Yes.
Right, rather than the high fashion or...
Actually, unfortunately, fast fashion and high fashion share some of the same characteristics. Right. It's only slow fashion that doesn't, but slow fashion comes at a price that is beyond non-affordable, even for high fashion standards. The quintessential example of this is that most of the high fashion brands are made in countries like Bangladesh, in preposterous working conditions, because fashion is it's an iconic industry on every single aspect, being the environmental protection and biodiversity, from carbon emissions to use of pesticides, to working conditions, which is the social element, economic welfare, where the profit goes. I mean, if you have most of the people working in fashion industry, I mean, the workers working in almost medieval conditions, then the profit is it's contained only to the fashion brands, the headquarters in their respective countries. It's about role models and gender issues. Role models, I mean, racism. Only to have in mind that the very first black model to made it to cover of Vogue was like something like the late 60s or early 70s, and still black models are not the mainstream in fashion industry. So we have everything from age, racism, to name it. So this iconic industry could send the most solid and alarming messages. It has it all, and we have to kind of use fashion to pass on messages that in any other industry are almost impossible. We have to get dressed, but our dresses have probably around 8,000 of toxic and chemical components. Have you ever thought about it? 8,000. It's not just the fast fashion. High fashion is the same thing. Microplastic in the ocean, around 35% of microplastics in the ocean come from fashion industry. Not to mention the pollution of water, from lakes to the oceans to rivers. If you see pictures, especially from Asia, that is really hard to tackle and have strict environmental measures and labor and forced labor laws. It's amazing what happens. The quintessential example is Rana Plaza at Bangladesh. It's Rana Plaza. It was it's a building, a building for hosting around 5,000 workers from diverse, from offices to fashion brands. But the architect had warned the owners that it cannot stand the heavy machinery used to produce fashion garments, etc. The building couldn't stand the weight. It fell apart. Almost 1,200 people died. 2,500 were heavily injured, and there are still people missing. And it was the Rana Plaza disaster that signaled the fashion revolution that we are all aware of. So hopefully we won't have to see Rana Plaza before taking solid measures. But it's a massive problem. At paid work, labor conditions, child labor is very often, but no one knows. There are not even statistics. People, the workers in fashion industry, especially in Asia or in Africa, but it's mainly Asia, they're women, black labor. Around 25 million are working in fashion industry in Asia, and around 300 million in producing cotton, the cotton we wear. Of course, there are new means with less pesticides, but pesticides is the name of the game if we're talking. So you see how everything is so interconnected in fashion that should be probably the industry to start spreading the message.
It's fascinating. I mean, I've always been fascinated. You read about the history of human civilization, human economic activity, and clothing, and the instinct to display via the garments we wear is so ancient. It's extraordinary to think that it's so powerful for us. You've done a great job, I think, of setting out some of the challenges that the industry faces, some of the things that it's culpable for, and I think we've seen symbolically but also practically a route into some of the ways that those issues might be addressed. What is the fashion industry as a lobby, as a sector, as a group of very large, very powerful? What are they actually doing now that's different from what they were doing 10, 15 years ago? Is progress being made?
There is progress being made. There was actually last year in Biarritz during the G7 summit, Emmanuel Macron drafted the Global Compact for Fashion Industry, where mega brands and designers signed the accord. Nonetheless, it's interesting to see that fashion brands like Nike, that is well known for violating working conditions, is improving though. It started in dark reports as a worst practice, and it's tending to become a best practice because they learn. So it means that there is a growing awareness, and it spans all ages. And we have to understand that it's not about the millennials, it's about everyone. So except of the fashion accord where Burberry's, for example, after the outcry, they stopped burning. Annually, at an annual basis, they would burn clothing for the amount of the equivalent of 28.5 million euros. It's outstanding what you can do. I mean, that the motto of fashion industry, of sustainable fashion, is reduce, reuse, recycle. That's not neither.
Yeah.
There's
But I
nothing
think
there.
from what you've already said about, what you said about this constant conveyor belt of deliveries from factory to doorstep, from doorstep back to factory because it doesn't fit, or you tried it once and you didn't really like it. I mean, it doesn't feel as if much progress is being made. So it doesn't feel as if the industry has really embraced this message.
We have a really long way to go, because if you look at the economic, the numbers there, you cannot talk sustainability and have your production being based on extremely low salaries, cheap labor, child labor.
It's not only about that, it's also a way of life. We want the special brand, we want something to wear that is new, but we are not used to reuse things, or if we create a dress that we can later wear as a blouse, we're not used to this way of thinking.
Yes,
so it's a different way of thinking. That's a basic. So if we start thinking how we can reuse something, I think that's the point, not only for the industries and the fashion industry, but also from the consumers. So if we train the consumers in order to ask something that they can reuse, not only use and wear it for 5 or 6 times, like according to some research, a t-shirt or a jean, we use it like 5 or 6 times each year, and then we don't use it anymore because it's out of fashion.
Totally. Can I add something on that? The average American throws the equivalent of 70 kilos of clothing
each year.
It's just thrown there. And what you also said about the consumer behavior and how you train the consumer, it's about also creating a new culture. We often connect cultural sustainability to art. It's not. It's about creating new sets of values and sustainable development. Essentially, it's about creating new sets of values and ethics. Hence, we call it about ethical fashion.
Yeah,
it's an ethical model anyway.
An awful lot of what we talked about yesterday and today in this conference has come down to this sort of interface between an understanding of what's required and social habits, political latitude, so there is room for politicians to do a certain amount, but they can only go so far. And so you have this breach in the middle. And I think I would love to explore that in a bit more detail. So you speak about, I mean, you used the word training. I'm not sure you can do that. So, we think of, it's almost coercive to suggest that we can take consumers and change the way that they think. So how do you do that? How do you go about going from where we are now, which is consumers expect and are amply provided with opportunities to buy and throw away constantly? How do you move from there to the world in which the consumer rejects that possibility and goes the way that you're advocating?
Right now, the consumers don't know that they have the choice to do it. So if you give them the choice, that's the first step. If they know that with buying a specific garment that they can reuse, or buying for their child a form that the child can wear from like 4 years.
I love that.
No, it's fantastic.
I wish I'd had some 20 years ago.
Yes, I think that they are going to choose that, but they don't know that they have another option. And the only option that there is right now is just buy something new in order to be better, to be a better person, to be a more into fashion person.
But it feels to me as if they think that because that's what the fashion industry is telling them. Yes. So the industry is, I mean, consumers have their responsibility, but the industry, if consumers are going to change the way they view fashion, industry is going to have to change the way it presents fashion too.
Okay, it's a both way. So
yes.
I think that
bottom
it's
up
also,
and top down.
yes,
it has
it's
to
also
go
about
both ways.
education of the consumers and also about industries to make something different. Not only create some products that are eco-friendly, but create a different line of products. And
that's why I'd like to get that's why I'd like to get a sense of whether that's happening and the degree to which it is happening.
No, it's not happening.
And whether it's coming out
in
of
that degree, no.
Yeah,
no,
and whether there are any initiatives coming out of really some of the more powerful groups, some of the larger companies.
Actually, there are very few sustainable fashion brands fully. It started with Patagonia and Esprit.
Yeah.
Now you have Stella McCartney, you have Vivienne Westwood, but still it's minimal. H&M and other brands, Zara as well, they started using organic cotton, etc., etc. But it's not enough to use organic cotton when you have people working for no basic for no money. I mean, the money they work for, it's such a cheap labor that it's preposterous even to talk about sustainability. On the other hand, the action plans need to be hands-on, think of action plans like a startup, not like action plans that take forever to be implemented. Actually, UK is doing a very, it has a sustainable clothing action plan, which is really efficient. It moves kind of faster than the EU plan, but the EU plan is based on UK's sustainable fashion plan. But we need to move fast, not in kind of 5 years planning. We don't have the 5 years. That's a problem. And COVID brought some awareness on that field. You see more people buying online and buying online from second-hand brands because there are more now. So people need the right motivation to understand that you have to see the broad picture, and the broad picture affects you. But it has to work both ways. It's like train the trainer. You have to train the brands, and people are more trained and more willing, the consumer is more willing to listen. It's the brands themselves that need to be trained because they see the profit. They're not willing to step back on the profit, but they need to see that if you do not step back on the profit, at the end of the day, you may end up with no profit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to finish there because that is a statement almost of the theme of this whole conference. Profits are available, but they may not be there forever. Excellent. Well, that's super. All I can say is I'm doing my bit by being absolutely oblivious to fashion and wearing the same suit for years on end. Maybe I need to go to paper. And also congratulations on those stunningly beautiful creations at the beginning of your presentation. I thought they were really beautiful.
Every one of them was created with a single piece of paper.
It's amazing, yeah. They're absolutely beautiful works of art. I'm really grateful to both of you for being so open and giving us such a lively discussion.
Thank you very much.
I'd like very much to thank Mirto and Pavlina for your interventions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to set up now for the next, actually the final event of the conference. And again, this is a large step in a different direction. But again, this is something that might not spring to mind as central to the theme of our conference, but actually has a really key bearing on the sustainability issue and biodiversity issue. I'd like to welcome to join me Stelios Bolanos, who is the co-founder and director of Planetech Hellas and the vice chairman of the Hellenic Association of Space Industries. And from his title, I think you get a hint of where we're going with this segment of the conference. Actually, we're not going as far as you might think. We're talking about space, but we're talking very much about the role that space can play in us understanding our environment, the state of biodiversity here on Earth. So it's a very Earth-based topic. So I'm going to hand straight over to you, Stelios, and invite you to give us some introductory thoughts. Maybe you can spell out a little bit what Planetech Hellas does, and then take us through your thinking on its role, the role of space in monitoring and protecting biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Alistair. Kalimera.
Good morning. I just found that I know there is translation going on, so he just made a comment that you know very good Greek, so you will have no problem following him. So I'd like to thank the organizers for this kind invitation. It's always a pleasure to attend this conference, and let me congratulate you personally for during these 2 days. You have been an amazing moderator. And let me congratulate the organizers, because it's really tough. It's a really tough time, and we are all going through a peculiar kind of war. And this is a small win, let's say, a battle won. Now, question, what do we do in Planetech? I'm trying to give an answer using simple words, as far as I can. What we do in Planetech is we do space. We take pictures from satellites, we process them, we edit them, we process them in order to make them, to turn them into useful information for the users on Earth. We also develop software, useful applications that make these satellite pictures more usable, let's say. And at the same time, we make these satellites work in the best possible way and make them more efficient while they are in orbit. So, we're done with the introduction. Let me say that with respect to the topic of this panel, this session, that how can space protect the ecosystem according to the agenda? I'm a space guy, so I would never deny that. Apparently, space can help. I wouldn't say protect, but it can help. Space is as a really useful tool that can help the decision-making process in order to protect an ecosystem, to protect biodiversity. Because by nature, these satellites are in orbit thousands of kilometers away, hundreds of kilometers away from Earth, so we can have this bird's eye view of phenomena. So, as we see in Greece, we may look at the forest, not at the tree. So we get a fully fledged picture of the situation. And if one thinks that satellites have this orbit, so they go round again and again, so they cross the same point again and again, so they can give us information about a specific point on Earth again and again, which allows us to have, let's say, wise decisions, and as a result create policies. But of course, in no case is space the solution for protecting the ecosystem. It's all about the policies that are being assisted by the space in order to give a solution. I can give a couple of specific examples about that. In Europe, talking about Europe of EU 27, all right, so Greece is a member state, so we have the European Commission, the European Space Agency. Okay, all these stakeholders invest lots of money in space. One of the most important projects is the Copernicus project. It's the Earth surveillance project. This program or project is the biggest of its kind worldwide. And currently, by means of this project, we have sent different clusters of satellites in orbit, and these satellites circle the Earth again and again, and they keep on providing us with tons of information. This information is really useful for us on the ground. As we speak, in the context of the same project, we have 6 more clusters of similar satellites that will be sent in orbit soon. Having said that, and apart from the infrastructure in orbit, we have another major investment, approximately 20% of the entire budget, of the entire project's budget, that has to do with how we use the data provided by the satellites in orbit. I'm talking about the so-called 6 services offered by the Copernicus projects. They are called Copernicus Core Services, and they aim at making proper use of this data split in thematics. A, climatic change. B, the atmosphere, the ocean, the sea, the land, and emergencies. And the last area it has to do with security, and this is of great importance nowadays. Let me add that in this area, I'm talking about investments that have to do with the so-called high performance computers, the cloud. We use, of course, broadband networks, etc. One last bit. This project has another part, and it's the aim, let's say, the objective of activating all stakeholders, the ecosystem of universities, organizations that can do something about it, because it's important to say, I have to say that all the offerings, the products of this Copernicus project are open, are provided free of charge to the world. So the third most important objective is to activate, to enable, as the speaker said, to enable our ecosystem in order to produce value with respect to the major challenges of mankind. And this falls into the agenda of this conference, Sustainable Development. A more concrete example is the SDGs, RED+, the satellites in orbit and the services provided by them. These might play a very important role in dealing with sustainable development, etc., but also can help, for instance, in the case of Greece, and this was mentioned during the conference, the issue of a blue growth, blue economy. These satellites help us monitor and study at the same time the quality of the waters, and that's extremely important for blue growth. They can help us monitor the quality of forest lands, smart cities, like you discussed before with the mayors, which means we can monitor if the urban fabric, let's say, expands more and more to the detriment of nature. Or we can monitor or have a surveillance of the safety of critical infrastructure, like bridges, for instance. So satellites may play a very, very important role and provide added value services in order to help us take wise decisions, as I said before. And ending, satellites are a tool for good decision making, but they have to be integrated in the process applied by the decision makers. And this is something we lack. There have to be legal texts, let's say, we have to find the ways in order to establish the use of these tools during the decision-making process by the policymakers, so that we will come up with actions, with policies that will help us attain the final goal of this conference, also the protection of our environment. Ending, no matter what, even if this was true, we still have the so-called national parameter. Even if everything was perfect, not all countries have the same capabilities of utilizing these instruments. For instance, a big country, Germany, France, Italy, they can do something about that. And Greece, which is a small country, cannot do the same thing. It's not about the size, because let's say Israel is a small country. We know that, but as you can understand, they have greater potential in using this data. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that whistle-stop tour of the segment. You mentioned, I was very interested to hear the details of the Copernicus idea and the European response to the need for this level of monitoring and the exploitation of this fantastic resource, endless resource of space. But you did mention at the end there that things vary when you get to the national level, partly to do with capability, capacity of different countries, presumably to do with the interests and preferences of different countries too. I wonder if you could go into a bit more detail, expand on variance at the national level of how this resource is being embraced and approached.
Thank you very much, Alistair, for this question. It relates to what I said before. I said that one can be quick to understand that big countries with a pedigree in space exploration and investments, of course, these countries can have the capacity, the capabilities to exploit, let's say, this infrastructure in space to their own benefit. I'm talking about the current infrastructure and the one planned to go in orbit. Okay. Let me give you an example, a good example, to support my case. Coming from a neighboring country, which I know very well. In Italy, they have a national program to support the so-called space economy. It amounts to 2 billion euros. This is a kind of force, a power that can significantly support the domestic ecosystem and turn it competitive to the ones in neighboring countries, so that this country can make better use of this infrastructure in orbit. And when I say use and exploit this infrastructure, I mean both financially, because the ecosystem itself becomes invigorated, it becomes more active, because they will start claiming a share from the European pie. I'm talking about the European space market, but at the same time, at the level of using the space, at the level of benefits that the space can provide us, the society itself will prosper, will take something out of that. So society itself will be able to solve the questions we discussed before in a better way, and as a result, they will have a better future. I'm talking about these major issues, which I don't have to repeat, but I'm talking about climate change, protection of biodiversity, protection of lands, seas, and dealing with natural disasters. So, given that, as I said, it's easy to understand that space is an area that requires great expertise, and as a result it calls for great investments. It's an area where there are many obstacles to enter, according to our own jargon. I'm an economist. I talk about space, but I'm not that into the technicalities. I'm talking more about the market-related issues. I've been always dealing with them. So, to come back to the domestic level, given that, as I said before, Greece is not a country that ready to deal with space, despite the fact that our country has carried out some major investments over the past few years. We have been collaborating. We took part in the related European Space Agency project that support our national domestic ecosystem, acquire the necessary expertise in order to become competitive in the international space market. Because that's the most striking thing about space, is that space is an international market. Competition is international, global. It's not national or domestic or local. So, our country has taken important steps forward over the past years. Our country is expanding investments, and the most striking example is how the last programming period was ended. I'm talking about the last meeting of the European Space Agency, and we have had the competent ministers there, and for a specific, and actually our country's contribution to the operations of the agency were quadrupled. So our country takes serious steps forward in order to enhance its position so that both the domestic ecosystem will be supported and the value that comes down to the Greek society will be even bigger to solve the problems mentioned before. Of course, if we have this kind of discussion, one cannot leave aside the repercussion of the unprecedented crisis we are experiencing. I'm talking about the pandemic. But as is the case always, we have a saying in English, it goes like that. Never let the crisis go wasted. So, in the case of Greece, for a country like Greece, even this catastrophe, this disaster, in parentheses, we're talking about a GDP drop that will be huge. It will be, let's say, proportional to the crisis of the past decades. We've been through one of the worst crises ever. So, as if it wasn't enough, as if these last 10 years weren't enough, we have also the pandemic. Anyway, but if we consider also the fact that we've been, that over the past, if we take into account the fact that Europe has been through difficult times, although we're a member of the EU. I know, Alistair, I'm talking about the Brexit. He's talking about the UK as well. But anyway, we're part of this community. I do know what Economist stands for, and I fully support Economist's viewpoints. It was just a parenthesis. It's a huge loss for Europe seeing the UK exiting. And that's the end of my parenthesis. So, in this context, the fact that last summertime the European Union decided to establish the RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Facility. He's just translating the RRF in Greek. If one breaks it down in detail, but always keeping this bird's eye view, and when trying to understand what's the essence, the main pillars of this program, one can see that there are three major guidelines: green, digital, resilient. Space has all these three features embedded, and at the same time, space is both green, digital, and resilient, because climate change, biodiversity can be provided with a huge value by space-related operations. So it will be a great opportunity for Greece, because Greece will be one of the most the biggest beneficiaries of this program. A great part of the funds to be channeled to Greece via this new program. It would be great if Greece could capitalize this support by giving a great part of this money, to tackle the major problems we have, climatic change, etc., and on the other hand, create a best practice of entering a brand new economic sector, because the space is always at the forefront of innovation, at the forefront of evolution. Many of the technologies we use now in Greece have come from space operations. This is my ending remark. There are opportunities in crisis, in times of crisis. An amazing opportunity is RRF. And with respect to that, RRF is also equally more important, because RRF includes might support operations, might include space-related operations that will support climate change and sustainability issues, and at the same time support the domestic ecosystem.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thanks very much indeed for that. I have many other questions, but they'll have to wait for another opportunity. I'm very grateful to Stelios for his intervention and his time, and his fascinating summing up there of perhaps the final frontier of how we can use this crisis to better prepare ourselves for the next one. Okay, well, that's the final session of today. It's the final session of the 4th Sustainability Summit. It's the last time we'll be getting together until the 5th Sustainability Summit, which I personally can't wait for. It's been an extraordinary couple of days, I think, for many reasons. It falls to me to sort of very briefly sum what we've learned, what we've been through over the past couple of days. We've had a tremendously varied group of people address us. They've been extremely patient with our technology. They've been extraordinarily forthcoming with their views. They've been patient with my impertinent questions, for which I'm particularly grateful. But I think the themes that have come out for me, that one of the main ones mentioned by Stelios there near the end of his presentation, this Churchillian phrase that I started with the day with yesterday, never let a crisis go to waste. It's often used flippantly. It's often used ironically and cynically. I think in this particular occasion it really fits the bill, because apart from the sort of slow burn long-term challenge of climate change sustainability, which confronts us all and which we've heard some extraordinary statistics about over the last couple of days, we've been confronted over the last few months by a worldwide global threat to our way of life. Not just a threat, it has changed our way of life. It's forced us as a race to adapt. And at first our adaptation and our response was a bit scrambling and a bit nationalistic and lackluster, but it's become better and more coordinated as time has gone on, I think, generally speaking. And I've focused all who are living through these times on how precious the elements we generally take for granted in our way of life are to us, and how vulnerable they are, how fragile they are. Now, we would expect that within a few months, within a year or so, things will begin to return far more to normal, but one hopes that the normal they return to isn't necessarily the normal that we departed from before this all began, and that some of the opportunities that are becoming visible to us because of the crisis we're facing, we take advantage of them, and that we learn from what we've been through over the past few months to confront other threats, other challenges, longer-term challenges, in a more unified, coordinated, and realistic way. I'd like to thank all of our speakers. As I say, they've been really wonderful. And I'd like to thank, of course, everybody who's stayed with us for this conference. Your presence and your attention is really, really valued. I'd like to certainly thank our sponsors, without whom we wouldn't be able to put on a conference of this kind, in particular the UN Sustainable Development Network, Climate Kick, and EPLO, Institute for Sustainable Development, and all of the other sponsors who've kindly supported us. I'd like to thank the translators, who were extraordinary always and have been extraordinary for me on this occasion, even if it's mainly been for my individual benefit, so I'm very, very grateful to them. Finally, I'd just like to take my hat off to the team behind the scenes who have organised this, who have faced extraordinary challenges to, it's always difficult logistically to put on a conference, and given the conditions, the shifting conditions that they've been working with, an unbelievable job that they've done, so I'd like to thank them too. Thank you from me, and we'll see you again next year.
Thank you also.